and welcome to L Talks, the show, or the stream, the full stream featuring my partner here, LDP, Logan Diener Productions. Hello, Logan.
Hello, Logan.
Anyways, looks like there's nobody here yet. Awesome. So
Oh
anyways,
no.
have you prepared any topics for today?
That was your...
Hi,
Um,
Samuel. Welcome.
Well, I know we were gonna talk about, juries and the American
Yeah.
electoral system. We were kind of talking about that on Tuesday, so...
I guess we could talk about that. Yes. Hello, Neo Phantom. So,
Hello, Neo Phantom, and hello, Sin? Hold on.
I don't know, I call him, Sinil, but
Sinil? Okay.
Sinil would probably work too, but, it sounds like
Yeah.
senile.
One of the two.
Anyways, we haven't actually prepared, any actual topics to talk about today.
Hello, Karumi.
Karumi wants to talk about lost media.
Well, that media sure be lost.
Hello, Jacob and Katsu Sanya. Welcome aboard.
I mean, I'm definitely, yeah, hello, guys. Yeah, I mean, lost media is definitely something that fascinates me, for sure. Like, it's interesting how, 20, 30 years later, we're, only now finding things from however long ago that we all thought they're actually Evangelion PC game? You mean evangelical?
No, that's Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's, an anime series from the, mid to late 90s.
And also another thing that I'm not familiar with.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, definitely, there's, a lot of, cartoons and things like that are being found now, which is pretty cool. Like, Lost Pilots.
Uh-huh. Do you mean the Sailor Moon, what's that? American version? That was,
Oh, is that a thing? Cool.
Yeah, just one episode, I think. So, I actually, possess, one such piece of lost media. It's a visual novel made in Flash called The Sight of Autumn. It was made by a contemporary of mine from the Lemmasoft forums, which is the main hub for, English visual novel development. So anyways, for quite a while, you couldn't find this thing anywhere. Like on the internet, gone. Totally gone. You know why. The author has not said anything about it. But anyway, it's a visual novel called The Sight of Autumn. And if you look for it, here let me type this on screen. On the stream, I mean. The Sight of Autumn. Flash visual novel. If you try a search for it, you won't find it anywhere.
Well, now you gotta gatekeep it. Like, if it's not available online, you can just be like, oh, I have this exclusive visual novel, and I will put it on the internet for, $10,000.
Well, it was just,
You gotta be one of those assholes.
I think it was released sometime in, 2007, 2008. So it's not that old, but you can't find it anymore nowadays.
Yeah.
You can find a playthrough of it from my channel.
Yeah.
I did it recently.
LCX has the exclusive rights, the exclusive gameplay rights to A Sight of Autumn.
Yeah. I actually have the full playthrough of it because it's a kinetic novel. So it's only about 30 to 40 minutes long. Pretty good though.
Oh my god, the American version of Sailor Moon was supposed to be live action. That sounds horrible. I love it.
Sailor Moon American live action and animation pilot was found in the Library of Congress. Sometimes I don't believe what Kurumi says.
Oh wait, so is it live action and animated? So it's like Roger Rabbit or something? Okay, yeah. No, I don't know. I'm not believing what Kurumi says.
The Sailor Moon cartoon American version looks like ever seen Gem? Ever seen the cartoon Gem?
Probably not.
Jem.
No, I don't think so.
It's from the mid to early 90s. Gem is my
Yeah,
name, no one else is the same. Like that.
Yeah, Kurumi claims it's half and half.
It's half. Anyways, let me show what it looks like. So, let's find Sailor Moon US. There we go.
I have like no cultural awareness for like what Sailor Moon is actually supposed to be like, by the way. I know of the show's existence and it's like what?
That's okay. Here.
Yeah, I don't know anything about.
Yeah, that's okay. I can show you. So this is Usagi from Sailor Moon. Kinda looks
I know
like...
it's about
there we go.
Sailor who has
like...
magical powers or something.
So this is the modern version of her. This is the wait, let me show my screen actually.
One of the Sailor Scouts is also disabled. Cool. Representation.
There we go. So this is Sailor Moon Usagi, main character. This is what she looks like. So this is from the early 90s, I believe. And then there was a recent reboot.
Do I know anything about... Sorry.
Kinda still looks like the same. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just reading a comment. Do I know anything about Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yu Yu Hakusho. Yes, it's...
Hakusho, nope.
Yep, it's very popular here in the Philippines. It was released as Ghost Fighter. And they changed all of the names of the main characters, but not the secondary characters, for some reason.
Also, Sir Jacob, Vinny, and Great White North just showed up.
Hello, Sir Jacob, Vinny, and Great White North. Welcome. So yes, this is what Usagi from Sailor Moon looks like. Right?
Poltergeist Report is something Neo Phantom just mentioned.
The Poltergeist Report is the US version of Yu Yu Hakusho.
Okay.
Over here in the Philippines, it was released as Ghost Fighter. Anyway, so this is what Usagi looks like, right? Now, this is what she looks like in the US version. Very different.
Oh my.
Yep, very different. She's supposed to be 14, by the way. I guess not.
Yeah.
I guess not in this version. So, yeah.
Ghost Files? I've never heard of that. I've heard of Ghost Stories. That's funny. The American version. Ghost Files is something Sir Jacob says is hilarious.
What's Ghost Files?
I don't know. Ask Sir Jacob.
It's Ghost Fighter.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sir Jacob meant Ghost Stories. I know about that.
Ghost Stories?
That's a totally different thing. Ghost Stories is, Well, have you ever seen the American dub of Ghost Stories?
Nope.
Okay, so Ghost Stories, I don't know what the original anime was called, but it came out in America as Ghost Stories, and basically the people who were in charge of dubbing it was basically just like it just had this like this entire aura of just we don't care, do whatever you want. So they basically just went and made it a giant shit post. They completely changed the story. They like made it like a huge joke, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very hilarious dub, and it's like, but like there's there's a lot of hilarious English dubs of anime. This one is like intentionally funny.
Okay. Ghost Stories, huh? Never heard of it.
Ghost Story has an it has an unreleased episode. I could believe that.
Ghost Stories. And Ghost Stories. Gakko no
It
Kaidan.
had an episode that was
Yeah.
supposed to be.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I don't know what.
Yeah, I've
I don't
seen
know
that
what
one.
that was released. I'm sorry.
I've seen that one. Gakko no Kaidan.
Yeah. Oh, is that what it's called? Okay.
Yeah.
That's like that dub. Like Tyler told me about that, and I was like, as somebody who doesn't watch a lot of like TV or anime or anything like that, even I was just like intrigued by that. I was like you can find like compilations of it on YouTube where they just
I
like
see.
completely shit all over the original concept of that show that was actually kind of serious.
Oh, I see. So, it was released on Animax. That's, Asia, as Ghost at
Okay.
School. And it had its own dub there, too.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm assuming that dub was probably like normal
Yeah.
in
it
America.
was-
Again, I don't know why, but like I guess for some reason in America they just assumed nobody would care about this show, so they would just like do whatever you want with it.
They could have just used the, Animax dub. Dub was okay.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that one might have actually came. I mean, it's also possible the Animax dub may have came out later.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know, but like I imagine, like if you want like an actual faithful dub, those do probably exist.
I see. Hey, NC Gomez. Welcome. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm just gonna assume I'm saying it right. Hey, SJ. Love to see Filipino ghost stories and myths as an anime. I suppose. Well, we do have Dresse. That's about as close as you're gonna get. It's on Netflix and seems to be highly rated. I've seen it.
How would you have?
It was okay. It's a Netflix.
I mean, if you want a real horror story, you just go to the Philippines. Am I right?
It's a Netflix, quotation marks, anime. Dresse. It's based on a popular comic series here. It's available on Netflix.
Oh, there's an AIDS PSA of Evangelion. Okay, fun.
Evangelion.
Very
is
fun.
PSA
Very fun
ad.
topic.
1973, Doraemon is known for its lost media because the episodes only aired once, and the company that produced it went bankrupt. Alright. How about lost video games, though?
Oh yeah. Well, real quick, just like last thing to mention on like a topic of like Japanese dubs. There's one show I actually want to watch that's they dubbed for America, but I think that dub is lost. Is it Game Center CX? Is that the show?
No,
It's a show that I keep hearing about. It was basically just like I almost want to call it like the Japanese television version of Angry Video Game Nerd, except it's not like angry and it's not that kind of humor. It's just sort of like a Japanese guy plays retro video games on TV.
Okay.
And it's sort of, I guess, kind of reality show.
Okay.
Just kind of interesting. It's just kind of interesting, like, because, like, you don't... It's, like, one of those things, like, you only ever saw on the internet. You didn't really see it on, like, television. And it's, like, this, show, I think, existed, like, before the Angry Video Game Nerd, even. So, like, it was kind of doing the whole, like, everything old is new again thing before that was really trendy.
Uh-huh. Hello, Alkensice. Welcome.
Alkin, how are you?
Well, I don't have much to say about lost media, because, personally, I don't care.
Yeah. It's always interesting, like, looking at, like, betas of games, because those can release and those can be pretty cool. Like, like, unreleased video games and also betas. Like, there was, the one that immediately jumps out at me that was funny was, Steven Seagal as the final option for Super Nintendo. That was funny.
Okay. I know about one, that's Thrill Kill for PS1. It's
Oh yeah, that's
already,
right, that was unreleased.
Yeah, it's
That
an
was
already
unreleased,
completed
you're right.
game. But,
It's completed. And it's weird to think that was unreleased because, like, like you said, it's completed, and then also it was released on, like, BBS's, like, around the time that the PS1 was still relevant, I believe.
Yep. Actually, the PS1 was relevant even, well into the Game Packs era.
Yeah, so, like, it's... it's one of those things where, like, it was unreleased, quote-unquote, but was it really? I mean, I guess in the sense that, like, you couldn't buy, like, a retail disc of it and pay money for it.
You could buy,
at least officially.
You could buy a pirated disc of it. It even had...
Yeah, I was gonna say officially.
Yeah.
Like, unofficially, there are probably, like, pirated discs of it.
Yes, and the CD cover, the CD case, even had screenshots of the game and descriptions and everything.
Yeah, true. So you could, like, just jury-rig your own, like, artwork and stuff.
I'm not even sure. It might have been, actually what they wanted to use for the game.
Probably.
Like these pirated discs are not made using, traditional, CD burners. If you look, they have, like, silver,
Oh, wow, so, like, they use actual, like, regular things. So it's, like, yeah, so, like, these, like, pirate manufacturers got legit at one point.
Yeah, they're big. Like, Players, for example. Instead of the PlayStation logo, they'd put Players on it, and their discs were super high quality. So high quality, in fact, that, mine still work. Most of my, discs still work.
I mean, like, CDRs, I don't know, like, I can still play, like, CDRs from when I was a kid, I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure? They tend to peel off, you know?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I guess I haven't tried in a very long time. I think a lot of those CDRs I've just, like, thrown away because they've, either been digitized or I just don't need them anymore.
Kermie says he wants someone to remake a cancelled Twin Bee RPG. That one looks cool. Yeah, I've seen.
Wait, they made a Twin Bee? Oh yeah, they made they made a lot of weird stuff with Twin Bee. That series just went in a really weird direction after a while. Like, it was, like, mostly shooters, and I think there was, like, there was a platformer for it at some point. I think I even played that.
Platformer which you played, and which I played.
Was that on the Super Nintendo, or was it on the Saturn? I can't remember.
It's Super Nintendo.
I think there was, like, a Saturn or a PS1 game, too. Was that the RPG?
No, it's, Twin Bee Anniversary.
Oh, okay, yeah, so it was like a compilation then?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. So, hello, Cerulean.
Hello, Cerulean.
You had many DVDRs that are no longer readable. Okay, CDRs, for the most part, fared better. Yeah. I wish I had, like, you know what I wish I had as a kid? I wish I had CDRWs. We didn't, I don't know why, like, we never got those, but, like, I would have killed to have...
They're hard to read. They're hard to read.
I guess not everything reads them. That's probably why.
They also burn super slow at, like, 1x to, maybe
Yeah,
2x.
but, like, it would have been cool to, like, I could have, like, if I got sick of a CD, I could just rewrite it. Like, I would have killed for that back in the day.
Yeah,
I wasted, like, DVD-RW especially, like, I wasted so many DVD-Rs on stuff that I was only ever going to use once. Like, for, like, capturing footage on, like, that's how when I was a kid on YouTube, that's how I captured footage back in the day. I had an NES, and I hooked it up to a DVD. I hooked it up to a DVD-R drive, or a DVD-R drive, a DVD-R player, whatever, DVD recorder.
Uh-huh.
And I recorded it onto DVD-Rs, and I would have killed for. Then again, that DVD-R might have been the recorder might have been so old that it might not have even read or wrote DVD-RW.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have killed for that because I wasted so many DVD-Rs for, like, just so I could do, like, one recording of world-class track meet that I was going to use for one video and never again.
Yeah, Cerulean makes a good point there. You could also reburn CDRs. You can add new tracks to some CDs, as long as you don't close it.
Yeah. Maybe on some drives, definitely not on anything I've ever owned.
Yeah, it maybe depends on the program you're using. If you
I use
finalize
on Mac, it's called like Toast Turbo or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think I used alcohol 120% or something like that.
Nice.
Also, there was
That's a good name.
Also, the burner itself came with a free software, which was much more refined, I guess.
Did you ever have one of those CD drives that had LightScribe? LightScribe was always looked super cool. It would, like, literally burn a label into the CD.
Nope. Never heard of that too.
It was really cool. Like, you could have, so they had, like, specific CD drives. Some computers even came with it. It was called LightScribe. Yeah, and you had an external DVD drive that had LightScribe. Yeah. Oh, DVD drives even had it? But yeah, it would, like, I don't know, look, yeah, like, I think it would, like, you could, like, burn, like, images into it as well, so you could have, like, really fancy DVD CD art with LightScribe.
Okay. I see.
That's how you found out about it? Didn't know CDRs had that too? Wait, hang on.
There you go.
You think you used Toast or, yeah, alcohol 120%? Yeah, I used, I didn't know if anybody ever used Toast, besides me, because I'm, like, the only one. Yeah, that's what LightScribe looks like. It has, like, that very distinctive... you know what? There were official DVD releases that I'm pretty sure used LightScribe.
I see.
Like, I'm pretty sure, my childhood copy of Shrek the Third used LightScribe, so there were official DVD releases that did that.
This is heat printing.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, pretty much it is.
Okay. Got it.
As far as I believe so, anyway. Heat printing, or however the process worked.
Interesting. Wasn't really interested in stuff like that, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, I don't know about the 1995 edition, but there was the Shrek. There was this Shrek storyboard and audio where I don't know how much you would care, Elle, but maybe somebody might. Shrek originally, the original voice actor was Chris Farley, who died. Supposedly, it was like 95 or something percent complete by the time that it was all said and done, and then Chris Farley died due to drug overdose. So they just recap. I don't even know why they did that. If the movie was like that far into development, but like it was supposedly like 95% complete, and then they just Chris Farley died and they recast it to Mike Myers. I don't know why they would do that instead of just like, I don't know, I would say like get like a sound-alike or something, somebody who kind of sounds like Chris Farley and finish it up. But I mean, ultimately, like Mike Myers' Shrek is pretty iconic, so I guess I'm glad they went in that way.
Hey, they got Chris Pratt to do Mario.
Well, fair enough.
Also, I've never seen the Mario movie. No.
There's probably no reason for you to watch it. It's on American Netflix. I don't know if it's on,
it's on
Netflix in the Philippines.
Huh? What is it now?
In America, at least. I don't know about like what is and isn't available in the Philippines. If you have a VPN, you could probably.
I don't use VPN. Anyways,
yeah.
Let me check. It's a me. It's a Mario. Let's see. Sonic Prime. Spider-Man. Spider-Verse. Nope. No Mario.
The Mario movie isn't that bad. No, it's not. I didn't say it was that bad. I'm just saying I don't know if Elle would be interested in it.
Nope.
Although I will say I always had a soft spot for the original Mario movie, the 1993 one that's live action.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's like I think people just it's one of those things, and I always talk about this, it's one of those things people don't like it because it's different. They are absolutely Mario has to be this specific way, and if it's not this specific way, it's automatically 0 out of 10 worst thing ever made.
I think people don't like it because it's nothing like Mario.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Alright.
Like, I've made the argument, like, if you, like, take the video games out of the equation, like, Mario video games do not exist. You watch the movie on its own merits, it's fine. It's a dumb kids movie, and it can be enjoyed on its own merit.
It's not even a kids movie, though. Is it?
It's a kids movie, I guess, in the same way as something like Roger Rabbit is, where like it's a kids movie with some like in jokes for the adults who happen to be dragging their kids into watch the movie.
I remember watching that as a kid, actually. It really didn't seem like a kids movie to me.
It was like a kids movie in the same way, like or like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. Like
yeah,
it was,
I suppose.
Like it was for like I guess like maybe designed for like older kids, like the 8 to 12 demographic, maybe. Like kids, like younger kids could enjoy it because like, oh, I get to see my little, I get to see people that I grew up with on the TV, and that makes me happy. But like older kids and especially like adults can kind of appreciate like the cheesy fun of it all, I suppose. You remember being put off as a kid that but it was not offensive as an adult. It was PG, so it was not for young kids, but enough for kids Yeah, and I mean, like, there was probably, well, like, there was probably like some mild swearing in it. Probably like the TMNT. Well, like in the TMNT movie, there was like some mild swearing. Like they said like "damn" a couple of times, but like it's like a detail. Like only if you're looking for like things to be like, I am offended by this, are you actually going to notice it. Kids are just gonna like young kids are just gonna watch to see like the cool turtles do kung fu or whatever martial arts BS.
Uh-huh.
Like kids aren't gonna like young kids aren't gonna like sit down and critically analyze every single thing about the movie. They just want to see cool things that they recognize.
That's true, I guess.
And I think that's probably why. And I think that's probably why a lot of people don't like the Mario movies, because they did see it when they were young kids, and they were like, "Hey, this, like, even on that base level of being a kid, like, this is nothing like what I played." But if you, again, like, if you are, I would say that movie actually kind of gets better as you get older, because, like, as you get older, you have the ability to sort of like, you do sort of have that ability to critically analyze the movie and be like, oh, well, okay, fine. As a Mario movie, this kind of sucks, but as a standalone movie, it's not terrible.
Both kids and adults are fools for different reasons, says Katsusanya.
Sorry? Both kids and adults are fools for... Yeah, oh, well, I've been saying that forever. I've honestly always said, like, adults... Like, we need to stop this idea that adults are somehow smarter than kids, because, like, take a look around you, and I feel like that kind of contradicts that narrative. Adults are not any more mature than kids. Look around you and see the absolute mess that this world is in as run by adults, and you realize, like, adults really aren't that much better.
Sweeping generalizations. Are you saying kids can do better?
I'm not saying they can do better. I'm saying they probably couldn't do much worse.
So, would you be okay with letting kids run the show?
I believe... I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that and historically, this is how it's actually kind of always been done, in a sense. Like, okay, if you look at, like, labor, for example, don't know how it works in the Philippines, but in America, we abolished...
Here's the thing.
Hold on.
If you're going to talk about the Philippines, just assume it works the same as the US. Yep.
Okay, so you have laws against child labor?
Yes. Just assume that everything works like in the US, because our laws are patterned after yours. Our laws were drafted by...
Well, I mean, child labor wasn't always illegal in the US. That came about, like, many years later,
yes.
So
our laws were drafted by Americans as well, initially.
True. Yeah, they would have colonized probably around the time that child labor was illegalized. But, like, I've always argued, like, kids, I think, are capable of doing anything if they, like, you ever hear of the idea that if you put 1 million monkeys, or if you put, like, trillions of monkeys inside of a room with a typewriter, eventually one of them is going to write Macbeth?
Nope. That sounds silly.
Well, I mean, like, essentially it means just, like, you can train anyone to do anything, and if you work hard enough at it, it can get done.
I mean, that monkeys analogy. We'd have to assume we have, I don't know, gazillions of monkeys inside said room, and that they would live forever to all get a chance. Okay, I'm taking this literal.
Exactly. Yeah, like obviously, like, realistically, that wouldn't happen, but, like, it's essentially just, like, in this essentially what it means in sort of not realistic terms, but more like philosophical terms, is in this vast world, you could train anyone to do anything.
I don't buy that. I mean,
And just by like law of probability, if you have an infinite amount of monkeys, I guess like million, trillion, whatever. If you have an infinite amount of monkeys in a room, the law of probability says that one of those monkeys could write Shakespeare.
yeah. But, what you said about you can train anyone, to do anything.
People aren't blank slates, though. I could argue the contrary.
I don't know.
I believe that...
I believe in aptitudes. Like, certain
explain
people...
that.
What? It's easy. Certain people have more aptitude towards doing certain tasks than other people.
True,
Like,
you're right.
Like, for example, you guys know I'm pretty good at Tetris, right? But I know for a fact that, I'll never reach, the levels of, like, Tetris that some of those, professionals do. Like,
Yeah.
placing, like, 4 pieces per second. Like that. That's kind of, out of reach for me, no matter how much I practice.
So, to address Ketsu's point, if you raise 2 kids the same way, they can turn out differently. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they aren't blank slates. It just means they have outside influences.
Is that about outside influences, though? I think it's more about, preponderances, from at birth, to do certain things. Because, people are different.
As a
People are
result of
born
outside...
unique.
So, like, for example, like, if you and I, hypothetically, lived the exact same life, but obviously this is unrealistic because we wouldn't, but you and I, we inherited the exact same body, went to the exact same school, learned the exact same things, watched the exact same media, we would probably turn out exactly the same.
I don't believe
that. But because of our cultural differences, and cultural differences not even necessarily related to, like, you know, where we come from or like media, but like we consume different media. We have different body types. So you are more athletic than I am. You're also, you know, not blind. You know, you went to a different school than I did, so therefore you grew up around a different cultural setting. You learned different things, or you probably learned, or even you may have learned the same thing as me, but in a different way. So as a result, you and I are, you know, obviously 2 completely different and unique people. If to assume people can be molded into whatever you want is cruel. I'm not saying they can be molded. I'm saying that... Well, okay. I believe that, hypothetically, yes, people can be molded into whatever you want if, hypothetically, there were no outside... If you shelter a kid, never let them outside, never let them consume any sort of movies, television, books, magazines, music, any sort of cultural... You shelter a kid, never let them outside, never let them consume any sort of media, never let them have any friends. Yeah, you pretty much could mold them into whatever you want. It does not mean you should do that, obviously. That is a terrible idea, and that's basically child abuse, but...
I still don't believe that. Individual differences, exist beyond, outside influences.
I mean, maybe. I suppose I've never seen...
Look, here's
basically North Korea. Yeah, well, like look at North Korea. You have people there who only know one thing, and that is Kim Jong-un or Kim Il-sung or Kim Jong-il or whoever happens to be on the throne at the time is our messiah, and we must never question that.
But they do question it. There are outliers even there who do question it. See? Hey, Robert Kraken. Welcome.
And yet, even in North Korea, there are
What he said.
personality. Well, I mean, like, yeah, there's personality differences. Like, even in North Korea, they have, like, I was reading, so I've since learned that this woman is kind of a fraud. So, you know, take what I say and what she says with a grain of salt. But I read a book, it was called In Order to Live. I can't remember the lady's name, but whatever. And, like, even in North Korea, it's like, even in the most repressed areas of the world, you still have outside influences.
Hey, that's
like,
what... excuse me. That's what this stream is all about, SJ. We talk about anything.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, for example, like, she mentioned, and again, this may not have been true or not, but the principle is still there. She mentioned, like, when she was a kid, she got a like, a pirated version of the movie Titanic, I believe, like, imported, like, smuggled across the South Korean border. And she watched that, and she had never really known of the concept of love before. Like, people loving each other for a reason beyond, this is what I have to do to procreate and grow our society. She was talking about, like, she got, like, a Famiclone from South Korea and played Mario Brothers. And, like, no, like, and that kind of goes down to, you can't micromanage everybody, right? Like the internet has taught us that too. Like, you can't micromanage everybody because eventually something is going to slip through the cracks. You can't micromanage everybody, so it's probably not even worth trying. But in Russia, for example, in Soviet Russia, this is something I know a little bit about as kind of a vinyl enthusiast. Western music, or outside music in general, was banned. There were like strict laws, and those laws would kind of be eased off and enforced at the discretion of whoever happened to be in power at the time. Like, Stalin was very strict. By the time you got into Gorbachev, there were obviously still regulations on what could and could not be consumed, but it was a lot more lax. But, you know, like, at the worst times of the USSR, you had things called bone discs. These were records that were literally cut from discarded X-rays, and you could roll them up and, like, smuggle them in, like, your long sleeve shirt or in a coat, and you could smuggle them to people, and that's how people in the 50s and 60s were able to, you know, be exposed to, like, Elvis, the Beatles, Chubby Checker, Rolling Stones, bands like that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise those would have been outlawed.
Well, here's my argument. Like, physical differences exist between individuals, right?
Yeah.
So, we're not all made the same.
True.
Even when we were born, we're not all made the same. As a result of this,
true.
our brains work slightly differently for each individual. Therefore, even with outside influences, with external stimuli, we take these stimuli differently. We react to these stimuli differently as individuals. As a result, even if we are conditioned to do certain things, to act in certain ways, there will always be outliers, and even among two different individuals, we will take things slightly differently and react to it slightly differently.
Sometimes, but also, well, yeah, there are physical different. Like I said, like for example, you are a lot more athletic than I am. You played tennis when you were younger. I don't know if you still do or not, but you know, you were a lot more athletic than I am. So
So
you.
What are you talking about? I'm just 13.
Oh yeah, but like anyway, you play tennis. Like, and you know, you do sports and things like that. Like, you might. That may influence, like, you know, that could contribute to how you view the world, or like how you do things differently than I might, or how like for example, like how you might react in a fight as opposed to somebody like me who would be more focused on like getting out safely. You might, you know, but like, you know, if we go into like political things, for example, like,
Yes?
so like for example, if you
What's
like
going
political ideology can be formed by how you view things in your culture. Like, you are very anti-communist, and you can say that because you grew up in a society where communism never really took a stronghold, but it was a serious threat.
Exactly.
It was a serious threat at one point in the 70s and the 80s, and maybe more so for your parents than you. My sure as hell. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's not exactly accurate, but go on. Your point is taken.
Okay. Whereas somebody who lived in America, where like communism was, you know, there was a Red Scare, obviously, in America, but it was communism was there was never any serious threat of communism taking hold.
Here's a question though. How about right now? You don't think it's a threat right now?
I don't believe so. I think there are some
How
small
about you guys in
pockets.
the chat? What do you think? Is communism a threat right now?
It depends where you live in the world. Like, there are definitely pockets of the world where communism, it's not a threat, it's a promise, because they're living it. Cuba, North Korea, China to some degree. I mean, they're mostly capitalist, but very authoritarian capitalist.
That's what I was thinking, Sir Leon. I mean, it's pretty
U.S.
obvious.
is adapting some very communist policies lately. I disagree with that.
Okay.
I disagree that we've ever.
Okay.
I guess it's
here's a question.
I think there's a very major like bastardization of what is and isn't communism.
Okay.
But
Here's a question. White supremacists, Black Lives Matter, socialist policies in general. You don't think these are communist threats?
no,
Okay. Why not?
communism is an economic policy. Authoritarianism, which I wouldn't consider any of the. First of all, Black Lives Matter has like. There are no people in politics who openly support Black Lives Matter, for example. White supremacy, to a degree, yes, but there is no real danger of us going full on white supremacy. Again, communism is just an economic principle. Authoritarianism is what I think a lot of people conflate communism with.
So what do you say communism is? What would you consider to be a communist threat? You don't think it's a threat that your universities are creating basically socialist supporters by the
Um,
thousands.
well, socialism and communism are two different things.
No, they're not. The goal of socialism is eventually communism.
I mean, the goal of, like, yeah, if you take any ideology to its most extreme, then yeah, but
How about enforced gender policies? LGBT, feminism, Black Lives Matter. Those are the trifecta, which I believe are being weaponized nowadays in order to
in private
slowly.
business, not really in the actual government. So there's a difference between like gender quotas being enforced in which, for the record, I'm against. I'm against quotas as
It's not
a
about
vision
gender
impaired
quotas,
person
though.
who genuinely would benefit from such quotas. Like private businesses, they can do whatever they want in
It's
terms
about
of quotas.
enforcing pronouns. It's about enforcing sex change. School sanction.
They aren't enforcing sex change.
Are they?
First of all, nobody is enforcing sex change.
Are you sure?
There are some people who choose to change sex later on, but nobody is enforcing that. Nobody is
sure
coming
about
up to me and saying you have to be Loganisha.
Are you sure about that? Maybe you should do
I
a
am
little
sure
bit
about
of... You're sure? Maybe you should do a little bit of research on that. Anyways, hey, mid-tier guide, welcome. I'm not gonna try to convince you.
Yeah, like, but and even if that has nothing to do with communism, worst case scenario, again, you're thinking of authoritarianism.
No, I'm not.
Like, even if all of that was true, even if all of that was true, that's a thing regarding private business.
You don't think eat the rich is a communist concept?
It is, but I don't. Again, if you take it to its most extreme conclusion, yes, it is.
Wait, what is the not so extreme conclusion of a concept such as eat the rich? Because you say it's communist only if taken to its extreme conclusion. Okay,
there are people who.
Okay, here's a scenario.
There's a difference between asking for less income inequality. So the way that it works a lot of times in the United States is we have capitalism. We sort of have communism in a sense. So how do I explain this? We have a great degree of wealth inequality. So we have
same here.
About 2% of people who control about 98% of the wealth. And there are people who believe that is unfair, me included. And I would argue the solution to that is actually more capitalism. There are other people who believe that wealth should be forced to be distributed.
Yes.
Not necessarily equally, but
equitably.
Enough so that people have a fair chance to get up in the world.
Equitably. Right? They love that term.
Equitably. Yeah, equitably. So, like, for example, many people believe, me included, that it is unfair that people can patent hoard and copyright hoard to a degree where they can control 98% of the wealth. Meanwhile, the vast majority of people are either lower middle class or literally under the poverty level, just scraping by to make ends meet. And this is admittedly a very American perspective. Our definition of poverty is very different from other places in the world's definition of poverty. But I agree with the idea that wealth inequality is bad. However, I believe that I believe in a different solution to that than other people. Wealth redistribution, it can work, and I believe that the way that it's being framed is not necessarily communist in practice, although I will admit it's sort of communist adjacent. If taken to its most extreme conclusion of everything is equal, everybody makes the same amount of money, obviously that's communist. And the reason, obviously, that doesn't work is because, one, we need a hierarchy, and two, if everybody is equal, as... And I think I literally, last time I quoted this, if everyone is super, no one will be. If everybody is equal, there's no reason to even try to do something better.
Uh-huh. Hey, Nintendo. What was the point
Hey,
of that?
Nintendo, we're talking about political BS.
I think I got lost in what you were trying to say. What was the main point again?
I think the main point is communism is not a real threat in America. There are some ideas that are democratic socialist, which even that is different from socialism. Like, socialism is not a major threat in the United States. There's a difference between socialism and democratic socialism.
So what do you believe most of these very vocal groups who like to march out in rallies and stuff, the left specifically, what do you believe their goal is?
I would need, like, specific... Are you talking about, like, Black Lives Matter?
I'm talking about all of the left. Black Lives Matter, LGBT, feminist groups.
I'm not going to group them all into one collective.
Okay. Why not?
Because they don't all fight for the same cause.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure they do, actually.
Well, Black Lives Matter is more focused on racial tension, on having more rights for African Americans, Black people.
Yes,
African Americans, Caribbeans, stuff like that.
And yet their goals overlap. It's all about representation of the so-called minority.
True. Well, like,
and what
the majority... I would argue the majority of, like, Black activist groups, LGBTQ activist groups, like you said, they want equity. They want the same ability to succeed as white people, as cis white people.
So what makes these groups different? Like black people, for example. What makes them different? What kind of rights do they not possess? What kind of opportunities do they not possess? Which white people do.
Well, for example, like, there is a sort of systemic oppression in finding work. Studies will show that if you are Black, or if you possess very stereotypically Black traits, you are less likely to get a job over a white person who is not even as qualified. If you look at how they are treated by the police, you have Black people are convicted of crimes at a significantly higher rate than white people, despite not actually committing as much crime. If you look at, hold on. Let me continue.
Okay.
Because I have other examples.
Okay.
Like, wealth inequality it's not necessarily tied to race, but there is a racial component to it. For example, a lot of Black people live in these inner cities, and these inner cities are less well taken care of. The public schooling system is not nearly as good, so they are not granted the same level of education as white people. A lot of the time. Again, these are generalizations. I'm not speaking on behalf of every single black person and every single white person. But like there are I talked about the police, but also just the criminal justice system entirely. Black people are incarcerated a lot more, and as a result, end up working in prison labor. Making license plates, working for major companies like Microsoft, Coca-Cola. Putting together things for literally no money, which is in a sense slavery, and that is actually a loophole in the 13th Amendment, but whatever. So my point is like, yeah, those are my now whether you want to say all of that is justified or not, that's up to you, but they have legitimate grievances.
Okay, so here is something from the conservative viewpoint. So here's a theory. I'm not gonna name the source, but I think it's easy to find if you look for it. So the so-called systemic oppression of black people. Yes, people do discriminate against black people.
Why aren't you gonna name the source?
Why am I not going to name the source? Because it's not even necessary. Because the concept...
I would argue it is.
No, it's not. The concept is what we want to discuss here. Okay?
Okay, but if... no, I want to know the source, because the source could be faulty.
It doesn't matter what the source is. Just listen. Come on, I've been listening to you for like 15 to 20 minutes at a time. Listen to me.
I will listen to you as long as you tell me what the source is.
Look, just listen to me. I'll tell you the source after I share the concept.
Alright.
Okay? I've been listening to you yapping for like 15 to 20 minutes, man. Getting to a single...
Yeah, and I'll listen to you.
Yeah, getting to a single point. Now, listen to me.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, so here is a theory that it's not really based on racial discrimination, that most black people complain that they can't move up in life. It's all about culture.
I'm sorry, could you repeat what you said?
It's not really about racial discrimination that most people believe, most black people. It's not about racial discrimination that they can't move up in life. Yes, racial discrimination does exist, but it's not what prevents them from moving up in life, because they still do possess the same rights as any other American. There are no anti-black people laws, of course. Okay, now let me finish. Alright, so, the main problem, according to this source, is that it's culture. It's the culture in which they grew up in. It's the culture of the place that they live in, which actually prevents them from moving on, from moving up in life. Because, you talked about black people getting incarcerated more often. It's because the crime rate is higher in black populated areas. In certain areas where the black culture exists. For, black Americans, the ghetto culture, street culture. So because of this, they have a harder time trying to move up in life and find decent jobs, even get to a university and finish, because they get hooked into the gang wars and the violence and the general culture of the area. But if they move to a different place, for example, and try to get into a good university wherein such culture does not exist, they can move up in life, even become university professors and successful people in general. Yeah, that is what I'd like to share from my source. So it's about the culture.
So there's a few issues with that. I'll start with, well, no, racial discrimination does exist and that's provable. However, even if we were to say, okay, first of all, saying there are no specifically anti-black laws. That may be true, but there's a difference. But there is a systemic racism. This is not necessarily. This doesn't necessarily go to a government level, although it does to a degree. But more so, it's just a. It is a system that is.
Where does this system exist? Which companies enforce this system? Which large-scale entities actually?
How do I explain
system?
this? It's not a set in stone system. We aren't trying to put black people down necessarily, but there is a psychological sort of
bias,
innate need to bring them down because of years and years of, subjugation. Like, I don't know how much you know about American history. I don't know if you know about the slave trade. Well,
yes,
I don't know how much you know about the slave trade. I don't know how much you know about the fight for civil rights in the 1960s, for example.
I know about that.
Yes.
There's a reason.
So,
there's a reason my school was called Iloilo American Memorial School, or actually taught the history of the U.S. there.
Yeah. That's different from talking about I don't support reparations. Some people do. I disagree with
what
that.
he said is that's different. You're talking about reparations now.
I'm not. Well, okay. Reparations is given the given the facts that I have laid out, reparations is a possible conclusion that you could come to.
That's not what we were talking about, though.
Yeah, I'm not making an argument for reparations, no.
So, okay.
I'm saying...
Let me just let me restate my point. So, the main point is that it's the culture in which they live in, these black people and other minorities. It's the culture of the area, of the place where they live in, which is the main problem.
To a degree, yes.
Which is the main problem, which prevents them from moving up in life. It's not exactly that the entire U.S. is biased against them. It's that their own culture there prevents them from moving up in life. That's the main problem. So, escape the culture, and you can move up in life. That's the solution.
Well, why does this... Well, I would argue... my counter to that would be, why does this culture exist? And to a degree, if you listen to
that's different,
rap
isn't it?
music...
Why that culture exists is different, doesn't it? It does exist right now.
Yes, it does.
Yes, so you should escape it if you want to move up in life. That's the solution for the individual.
Okay, but, that's easier said than done. You can't, you don't have, not everybody has the resources to just escape it. I can't just... If I want to escape my culture, if I want to escape the people who I'm around, I don't have the money to just go away and move.
Okay, so here's the thing. You can't legislate away culture. You can't force a paradigm
I'm not.
shift.
And that it's a very complicated issue. Which you can't legislate away.
Yeah, you can't force a paradigm shift via legislation.
True.
So that's why the solution for the individual is to attempt to escape this.
Yeah, and that's not always possible. And there's...
Hey, Katsu, welcome back.
There is a...
Hey, K2J. Hello, hey.
Oh, I didn't... Okay. Hello, Katsu. I don't claim to have the answers for this. But I am saying there is a problem, a legitimate problem, and a lot of activists are pointing that problem out, and some choose to accept the problem, some choose not to. I think my overarching point is none of this has anything to do with communism.
Okay. None of that has anything to do with communism. And yet the policies they're asking for often have something to do with communism.
Give an example.
That's a good question. Why don't you just look up some conservatives and their arguments? There's an example from Mid-Tiergarten, reparations.
Yes. So reparations is, there is some precedent, admittedly, to the idea of reparations. So in like for example, in the 1940s, we detained a lot of Japanese people during the Second World War. Generally speaking, and like not necessarily like people who were involved in Pearl Harbor or people who had any sort of adversarial view of the United States. We had like literal laws in place where like if you see Japanese people, detain them, and you know, because they are the enemy and whatever. We've since reversed course on that, and those people who were affected by that, those, not all Japanese people, not all Japanese Americans, but Japanese people who were detained got a got reparations as a result of that.
Okay.
Got reparations as a result of that. There are some black people who believe that as a result of slavery and slavery causing this innate racial bias in the United States, that they are owed reparations. I personally disagree with that on the grounds of, essentially, I just believe you can't just throw money at a problem and make it go away. I think instead we need to, ultimately, we just need to vote for better people. We need to actually start voting in primary elections, for example. We need to vote in less corrupt politicians who actually are running but losing dramatically in primary elections. And we need to get them in power, and we need people who are able to not just embezzle funds or use funds on, or at best use funds in really inefficient ways. We need people who are able to fund these public schools, fund this Section 8 housing, fund, so that they have a clean, that they are given a clean food and water supply and have access to healthier options. So that, because, for example, obesity is a major issue in all impoverished communities, not just regarding blacks and other minorities.
So, you mentioned housing and whatevers, right? Where would the money for those, where would the funds for those come from?
Well, it would come from the taxpayers, but and I think I see where you're going with this. Yes, so if the taxpayers themselves are poor, you do have, and that's another issue. If the taxpayers themselves don't have a lot of money, they can't fund as well. I would also point out, though, that places like New York have a massive wealth divide, and I'm talking about New York City. So, like, for example, certain parts of Manhattan, for example, Chelsea. Chelsea is one of the ritziest parts of New York, whereas if you just go a couple 2 or 3 miles down the road, you get into Harlem, a very stereotypically poor part of New York. So the people in Chelsea are living a lavish lifestyle where 2-3 miles down the road, Harlem is struggling to make ends meet. So I think that in cases like that, there should be people in power who are doing a better job at distributing the wealth and not just putting it in hang on, let's just say Chelsea versus Lower East Side. Yeah, better idea. Although less Lower East Side is just, yeah, and that's another thing. That's a whole other aspect of gentrification. Like it's a very complicated. Ultimately, it's a very complicated issue that I can't really just sit here and describe off the cuff in a stream like this. But my point is that ultimately what it comes down to is we should not be... Reparations as a concept involves giving people money directly, when in reality, and worst case scenario, it should involve giving these cities more funding so that they can become more equitable. These ghetto areas, these ghetto pockets of America, more funding so that they can become more equitable, and electing politicians, mayors, councilmen, treasury secretaries, who are able to better distribute the money and not just pocket it for themselves.
That's my point,
or
Katsu.
pocket it for things that are ultimately inefficient.
So, Katsu just said what I was thinking. Is this financially sustainable, though?
Explain. Is what's financially sustainable?
What? All those policies you're talking about, which will be put up by these good politicians.
I believe that if we elect the right people who are willing to put the money into things like public schooling, then yes, impoverished people as a whole, not even just directly talking about black people or other minorities, but impoverished people as a whole, it's provable that a better education allows people to succeed more in life. It better prepares them for something like college, which I have my own issues with college, and my experience is that it's a fucking scam in the sense of how it's being done in America.
Wait. But sustainability means that it's applicable immediately, right now. Not for the long term. For the long term.
It's going to take time. It's going to take time for the effects to
So is it
reveal
sustainable?
themselves. It doesn't mean we shouldn't do that.
Yes, but is it sustainable right now? And what would be the repercussions of doing it right now? Starting a plan like that right now? Where would you divert the funds from?
I mean, we don't know. That's the thing, is we don't entirely know where the funds are going to. However, I would say that the funds should go into funding public schools. So I don't know if you have. Well, I assume you have some degree of a public education system. Not all schools are privately funded.
Of course.
Yeah. So
Our
Huh?
Our public schools are pretty good, actually, nowadays. Because they hire...
Well, public schooling, it all depends. Well, it all depends on how much money the public schools get, and as a result, how much money the taxpayers have to actually pay it.
Well,
But
here in the Philippines, for example, our public schools are pretty good because they hire teachers and give them a higher pay grade than most private schools. So they hire younger teachers, fresh graduates.
and that's another issue in the United States. Teachers are paid like shit.
I'm sure they're paid more than here. In general.
Teachers are not paid enough to live a lot of the time.
Yeah,
a lot of the time.
I was just being funny. I get your point.
Well, yeah, and as a result, well, but like also as a result, like if you aren't paid enough to do a job, it doesn't matter how passionate you are about the job. If there is something that pays more, you're going to gravitate to that because it's just, well, it's more sustainable for you in the long run. And whether it's down to a result of taxpayers not being able to fit the bill, or whether it's a result of some sort of deeper corruption, you know, the fact remains, if you pay people more, they are willing to put in a better job. They are more motivated to do a better job. Not even necessarily as a result of, like, greed, but as a result of, I am being paid enough to live now. I don't need to work 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet.
Midtiergard says, if it's like that, they wouldn't be teachers. They'd find another career. You don't become a teacher.
And a lot of them do.
You don't become a teacher for the money.
And a lot of them do find different careers, or they find teaching jobs that pay more. And that's another issue, is you get what you pay for, you know? It's how the old saying goes. If you pay for a, you know, if you don't pay a lot of money to keep a school open, you get crappier teachers. That's just typically how it goes. You get what you pay for. If you pay a lot of money, you get better staff. If you don't pay a lot of money, you get less motivated, sometimes less educated staff. And there's another bunch of like other issues with how the public education system works in America, not necessarily relevant in this case, but to go back to the original question of how would those funds be distributed, I would say first things first, fund public education more. That's the major issue. Is private schools, like, for example, I can give a personal anecdote.
Okay.
My first girlfriend, she lived in the Bronx, and my first girlfriend, she lived in the Bronx, and she went to a couple of different private schools. And like the staff was always rotating, it was always revolving. You know, the actual quality of education, of school materials, of, you know, things like that decreased. Her parents, somehow, they weren't like, you know, wealthy, or I would consider her to be like lower middle class. But, you know, a lot of people in her area were below the poverty level. Ultimately, she went to a Catholic school, and Catholic schools are privately funded. And what that means is, you know, obviously, they have a set rate that they are funded at, as opposed to public education, which is funded proportionally by what the taxpayers can actually afford in a given area. So she went to a Catholic school, not a perfect not a perfect school. Obviously, still had issues, as any school would, but a much greater standard of education. So, and ultimately she got enough of an education to where she went to NYU, which is, I don't believe, an Ivy League college, but a very good. Nintendo lives in the area. He can probably tell you how good of an education NYU is. So would she have been able to get that education if she had just stayed in public school? I don't know, but she definitely would have had much more of an uphill battle doing that.
Okay.
NYU is a top tier school, exactly.
Mid-tier
If you
guys,
apply yourself enough, you can go anywhere. True in theory, but the fact remains that there are more roadblocks. There are more roadblocks for certain people in certain parts of the world than others, not necessarily related to anything they can control.
But is it related to discrimination, or is it about culture?
It's just harder. You have less resources. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I was reading chat.
Yes. But is it about discrimination, these roadblocks you speak of, or is it about the culture?
Well, I'm trying to make the argument that the culture, at least partially, is a result of racial bias and discrimination.
Yes, it's the result. But if it's the main problem, then it's the one that should be addressed, right?
Yeah, Mid-Tier Guard says exactly, it's both. It is a mix of culture and systemic oppression. Culture, yes, there is a culture that has arisen from people who are just not motivated to succeed more. In a lot of these areas, it's just more viable to get into, organized crime, like drug gangs and, gangs in general, robbery, things like that. It's just more viable of an option than going to a college which probably won't accept them anyway. Nintendo went to public school in the Bronx for middle and high school. Middle school was the top class in graduate level. Many of those people went to so there are. I'm not speaking for everybody who went to a public school in the Bronx. But there is a definite change in educate. There's a definite upgrade if you go to a private school, is what I'm saying. And it's because they generally aren't funded as much. West Coast gang culture infiltrated NYC in the 90s and had a very detrimental effect on the youth. True. And it's still, obviously there's very high profile gangs that are still taking hold in New York City, and I don't claim to have the solution for New York City and a lot of cities. Chicago is another. Chicago is another example of just Chicago is actually a good example of having the ability to get the funds to do things, but ultimately just completely bungling it. There are parts of Chicago that have a lot of money, and then there are ghetto parts of Chicago. And everything in Chicago kind of looks like crap. I went to Chicago 2 years ago, and the one Uber driver, I was looking at like the infrastructure of it. It looked like crap. It looked decrepit. Like I've gone to Cozumel, Mexico, a place infamous. Mexico in general is infamous for having really bad infrastructure. It looked like Cozumel, Mexico, and the Uber driver was talking about we've had infrastructure projects on hold for over a decade that have not been finished. And that to me says we have the money because Chicago, there are a ton of rich people who live in Chicago. There's a ton of money that can be brought into Chicago. So we have the money. We're just not going to use it on anything that actually matters. And I think in Chicago's case, it really kind of comes down to that sort of mentality of Al Capone and Jimmy Hoffa still kind of laying strong, even if both of those people might be dead.
Okay. So I was going to ask, you keep mentioning systemic oppression. What is it exactly? And can you cite some instances wherein it actually exists in modern times nowadays?
It's a very broad topic that is kind of difficult to really go into in, a 2 or 3 hour stream. That said, like I can look at like I can look at things like the level of unemployment in Black and white people, which I can cite things like the inequality in unemployment.
Okay, here's the thing. If you're going to cite the level of unemployment in Black and white people, there's no causal connection between that. You need to establish that there's actually a causal connection between the cause and effect. That they're Black, they're more unemployed, they're white, they're more employed. If you're just going to cite statistics about white people being more gainfully employed than Black people, that says nothing.
And there are statistics and there is research that does cite a cause and effect. Now, there are that admittedly, I would say is left up to people who are much smarter than I am. But
cite some studies or something.
Sorry?
It's alright. Cite some studies or something. Look it up on Google or something.
Okay.
Midtiergard says, example, police brutality. It's about education. Katsu Sanya says, all this isn't even taking into account how pervasive woke culture is in public schools. His mom used to be a substitute teacher in Minneapolis, and she'd get called racist for just trying to settle students down.
Well, how is she doing that, though? Because, like, you might not be... There might be more to the story than what she's telling you or what you're telling me.
That's from Katsu Sanya, by the way.
I know. Rates by age, sex, race, and Hispanic or Latino. Well, here are like I found like some base statistics. I don't know if those statistics, U.S. unemployment rates by ethnicity 2022. I can...
So the question is, where is the systemic oppression there?
I wouldn't even like really know particularly what to look up in that case, because like ultimately, I guess people can sort of draw their own conclusions based off of the information given.
No, they can't.
You pick the hardest example to use in your defense. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's kind of the issue with talking about systemic oppression and systemic racism in general is...
Then let's talk about a different topic. Hooray! Physical versus digital media.
Yes, let's do that. As far as hello to Shining Hunter.
Hey,
Also, hello,
Shining.
Gerardo. Yeah, physical versus digital, much lighter topic. I would say for me, I typically like to buy my games digitally. Although, like, definitely as with things like the PlayStation 5, for example, they may even revoke your right to for things. Oh, cool, troll. For things like a PS5, for example, supposedly they're going to revoke your right to play digital games that you purchased after a certain time.
Yep. So
yeah, shut up, Virgin.
Which one do you prefer? Physical or digital? I'd say
I prefer digital just because it's, it's less real estate. It takes up less real estate in, like, where I live. But definitely they both have their merits. Like, digital obviously takes up less space, but physical, there's a degree of permanence to it. Well, and even, like, but the other thing, too, at least with modern games, physical media is kind of starting to become...
It's starting to
become irrelevant, the whole argument with modern games, because physical media, a lot of the time, if they don't put the full game on the disc, you have to download the game, even if you buy the game physically. You need an online connection. And that's with a majority of, like, AAA games. And that doesn't even take into account, like, updates and further patches and things like that.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
But, like, definitely, in terms of retro gaming, I would say they both have merit. I think, like, I think that I am not a physical collector, but I understand why people do it. Like, for example, okay, in terms that make more sense, I think, on a broader scale, I collect vinyl. And I collect vinyl not necessarily because it's the best way to listen to music, and definitely not the most convenient way to listen to music. But I collect it because I like the artwork. I like having that artwork blown up. I like the feeling of dropping a physical needle down on a record and playing it. But at the end of the day, I mean, like, yeah, it might sound different on a vinyl versus, listening to music on Spotify. But at the end of the day, it's still the same album. I can listen to Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon on vinyl and listen to it on Spotify, and it's still essentially the same album. So there are people who like the feeling of physical media, like having something tangible that they can hold, that they can put on a player, and they can play it. And there are people who, just like to listen to music digitally. I don't look down on either. Because I belong in both camps. And it's the same way with video games. Like, yeah, I play Super Mario Brothers on NES on like a physical NES cartridge, pop it down, turn the power on, wait 40 minutes to see if I can get the game working. It's the same game. Or I can just like load it up in Mezen or Nestopia or whatever, and it's the same game. There are people who just like the feeling of putting a video game into a console and playing it. So that's sort of how it is. I think is I don't really see any issue with either camp. I don't really look down on either camp. I don't collect physical cartridges much anymore. I don't collect physical media all that much anymore. But I respect those who do.
Okay. So, what do you think about digital media and not owning the games you pay for?
I mean, I think that's BS. I think, well, it kind of depends on like what the system is, or what the media is. So like video games I think are very different and unique over a lot of forms of media. And music and movies and things like that. They all kind of work differently. So like, for example, rights distribution for music works very differently than rights distribution for movies. That's why if I go on Spotify and I search for an album, I'm almost guaranteed to find said album and just be able to play it immediately. Whereas that's not necessarily true with movie streaming. Very likely, if I want to watch a movie or I want to watch a TV show, streaming either isn't going to have it, or it's going to be on a platform which I don't currently use or don't currently pay for. It's very fragmented. Some things are on Netflix, some things are on Hulu, some things are on Disney Plus, some things are on Paramount Plus, and you have to pay for a whole bunch of different services in order to get actually what you want, if you're lucky. As far as video games go, it's a very different system entirely, because it's not like, video games don't work the same as movies and music. Like I said, if I could transfer Dark Side of the Moon to a 78 RPM record, I'd need to transfer it to several because it's an album and whatever. But I could transfer it to an Edison cylinder. I could transfer one song over to an Edison cylinder and listen to it on Spotify. And yeah, it might sound different and there might be a quality difference to it. But at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. I could, watch a movie on 16 millimeter film versus watching it on YouTube. And yeah, there might be a quality difference, but it's still going to be the same movie. Video games don't work like that, obviously. I can't just, play Call of Duty on an NES. Or, if I can, it's going to be massively downgraded. So, video game distribution works differently from other forms of distribution. So, if you don't own... With digital distribution, if they revoke your right to play that video game, it's not like you're going to be able to just automatically be able to play that video game when the PlayStation 6 comes out. They can try and they might be able to resell it to you if you're lucky, but then you're going to have to pay $60 for a game you already paid $60 for 5 years ago. At best. At worst, that's going to become lost media. That's no longer even going to be able to be preserved.
That's kind of interesting that you mentioned that. Because, for these video game collectors, giving away $250 complete inbox is quite fine for certain rare video games, isn't it?
Well, Yeah, that's a whole other, like, the scalper market is a whole other can of worms altogether. Definitely with older video games, I would say that definitely, like, emulation has done a whole lot in terms of preserving these kinds of games. Like, yeah, I can spend $2,000 on a European cartridge of Mr. Gimmick for NES, or I could just play it for free on emulation. It unlocks the ability for people to play games regardless or not of if they have really deep pockets. Or even more so, it allows people to play games that might otherwise just have never been available. Maybe there's one or two versions, original master copies of the game still available. Like, you know, Hong Kong 97, there might have been like 6 or 7 original versions of that game put on a floppy disk and distributed through an add-on that also was rare as hen's teeth. Or, you know, I was talking before about Steven Seagal as the final option. This really, you know, early in development, canceled prematurely Super Nintendo game that you would only be able to play through emulation. I would say in terms of retro gaming, digital makes the most... Well, in terms of all gaming, I think digital kind of makes the best sense.
I agree.
But in terms of modern gaming, like PS3, PS4, you know, PS4 especially, like physical gaming, you're gonna want to hold on to physical copies as long as you realistically can, because, you know, it's physical copies are fine. It's just we need a system in place to have a backup for your backup for your backup.
So basically the license to pirate your own games.
Kind of. Yeah, I would say like... So piracy is a very complicated issue for me. My personal belief is I don't pirate something that is actively... I don't like to pirate games that are actively still being sold.
Same.
So, like, there's, you know, it's just a morality. Like, I don't want to download... You know, I can play Nintendo Switch games on my Steam Deck, and I can just download them for free on the internet and play them at my heart's content. I don't like doing that because there are developers who are actually making those games and still actively making money off of them. The eShop on Nintendo Switch is still very much open, and I can, you know, buy like Super Mario Odyssey or Super Mario Wonder, and, you know, Nintendo still has a right to make money off of that. The developers who worked hard on that game have a right to make money off of that. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Guard, I just gave it a try, though. That's just the same as trying the game inside the shop.
Yeah. So, like, and I do that too. Like, I've played some like Switch games on stream before as well, but, you know, I deleted them. And I don't really actively play them anymore all too much, even if I don't, or if I happen to own the game already and I just want like another way of playing it, or I just want another thing of like testing it out. Like, for example, Dark Souls, I played that on stream. I did that because I pretty much have no intention of actually playing Dark Souls outside of stream.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a thing that I'm particularly interested in. I just downloaded it once just so I could play it on stream because a lot of people were requesting it, and it's something I wanted to try out anyway. I tried it out, and then immediately I deleted it. Now, I'm not necessarily looking down on people who want to pirate, you know, Switch games and play them as opposed to maybe they feel that, like, because like Nintendo gets the majority of the money and they aren't like financially strapping for money, it's not morally right to keep giving them more money for, whatever. There are people who have moral objections to the contrary. I disagree with that. I think that if I am a games developer, or even if I am like a multi, $1 billion corporation, I deserve, that's advertising costs, that's, promotional costs, that's distribution costs, that's costs for paying the developers, all going down the toilet. I think that there is a middle ground between, like, actively, like, I don't actively try to harm people who may not have a whole lot, because developers don't have developers are already kind of paid not what they're worth. But ultimately, if a game is still actively being sold on the eShop, on the PSN, I don't personally like to download that. If a game is not being sold, then I see it as you aren't making money off of it, so I'm just going to download it because that's my only option. Unless, well, the only options are I download it or I buy it used, which you're not getting money for it anyway.
Alright. So
the only person making money off of a used sale is, the game store or the person you happen to pick it up from.
So, personally, I have a different policy. If it's a AAA game, if it's from a big-time developer, I don't really care that much about pirating it. But if it is still being sold, I'll try to buy it if I really like the game. If I don't, I might just pirate it and play it for a little bit, but not exactly all the way through. If it's an indie game, then I'd be more willing to actually part money to buy the game.
I think that makes sense, and I'd say I'm actually more so along that camp. Like, I'm not gonna pirate a AAA game, but I would be more willing to do that than to, like, part money with I would be more willing to pirate a AAA game than something that's just, like a fan project or, an indie development thing. Like, what's that one game that I was talking about with Karumi on the Discord? That's kind of like in the style of like Zelda CDI. Like, it's a really unique concept, and if it goes on sale, I'm gonna support the developer because it's a really unique style, and I wouldn't mind seeing more of things like that.
I see. Vote with your wallet, right?
Exactly. That's how I see things. Like I always say, like, if you want something done right, do it yourself. If you can't do it yourself, support people who will do it, and vote with your wallet. Vote any way you can. And I guess that could anyway. But yeah, vote any way you can. Yes. Essentially.
And anyways, let's talk about your voting system and electoral colleges and why.
Yep. Okay. I was wondering if that was going to be the I was kind of thinking like that might end up being the transition.
Sneaky.
So I can. So, do you know how the electoral college works?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me pull up a thing. If you can, are you able to, if I share my screen, are you able to show that on stream?
Yes.
Okay.
We shall display.
I'm sorry, I'm just like a total geek for these kinds of things, so it's gonna happen. Oh, and I do use ad block. Too bad. some sites don't like that. So, like, for example, this is a projected map of 2024.
Wait. Where is it? So, I go here. Are you sharing it right now?
I am. I should be, anyway.
Alright. Here you go.
Can you...
Sharing their screen. Wait. Where do we go to, where'd he go? Show user profile. I don't know how Discord works.
Okay, never mind.
Wait.
Well, I was just...
Wait, give me a second.
You'll agree with LDP on this one. The Electoral College made Pence when the country... I don't know if you'll agree with me. Because I'm not opposed to the Electoral College. I think that there is merit in having that system in place. So, like, for example, the way that these things work, I don't know if you can see the screen or not.
Yeah, it's being shown right now.
It is? Okay. So the way that these things work, you see, like, safe red and safe blue. These are states that will go, like, these states, like California, will go blue pretty much almost guaranteed. There's, like, no realistic shot of them ever going red in the 2024 election. Whereas a state like Oklahoma will go safe red. There's no shot of it ever going blue in the 2024 election. So, and then there's, like, varying degrees. There's likely, there's lean. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if we had a popular vote system, California and New York would determine every single election. Here, they have a lot of electoral college votes to, because they do generally have the largest population of any state in the United States. But they don't determine every single election.
Wait.
Oklahoma, Kansas, they have representation, maybe not equal representation, which they shouldn't because they have a lesser population, but they have a more equitable representation.
Okay. So you're saying blue, red. Yeah, I got it. So here's a question though. Aren't votes supposed to be anonymous?
They are.
So, what's the problem with using a popular vote? If they are truly anonymous.
A popular vote, I think a popular vote ultimately kind of, again, it puts the onus on, like, two states in specific.
Why though? Why do you have to count the states as one unit? Why not count all of the U.S. as a single unit?
Because, again, I think that provides more equal distribution. So, the United States is a very big area. It's a very big area where there's a lot of different...
Well, here it is.
I think if you were... Hold on. I think, to answer your question, I think if you are choosing a leader, you should choose a leader who is best represented by the entirety of America, not just places where the most people are, not just in two states.
Okay, so here's the problem with that. That is assuming that you know how each of these larger states will vote, right? That's a main problem.
True. Well, like, yeah, and, like, California and New York have not always, gone blue. But it will sometimes, if that makes sense.
So the electoral college system basically presupposes that each state will vote in a certain way, right? People from each
It
state
does. No, not
will
really.
vote
Like
in a certain way.
so like we've had situations where like candidates have like almost entirely clean sweeped an electoral map. Like for example, I'm gonna stop sharing because this map isn't really relevant anymore.
All right,
But
we go back to.
why don't you share yours? Oh wait, oh you are still sharing. I didn't know we could still share at the same time.
Of course we can. It all depends.
I didn't
on
know we could do
bandwidth.
that. Anyway, it doesn't really presuppose it. It's just like if a candidate is ridiculously popular, he can sweep like almost. We've had like I don't think we've ever had a candidate sweep all 50 states, but we've had some that have sweeped like 49 or 48 of them in American history.
Okay, but here's the main problem with the electoral college system. I mean, you're already aware of it, right?
Yeah.
So, what do you say to that?
I'm sorry?
You're already aware.
I'm aware of the electoral college
of
system.
the
What?
main problem with the electoral college system.
I think that there are problems in all systems. I'm not necessarily. I'm not
talking
going to
very,
necessarily.
Specifically, okay, I'll just say it, okay?
Hold on. I'm not necessarily defending the electoral college system. I'm saying it's not. There are other ways we can do it besides doing a popular vote. For example, there are a couple states actually which use a system called ranked choice voting, where essentially you aren't just voting for one candidate. You're voting for like your top. Voting for like your top three essentially. So
Okay.
So like for example, I like Joe Biden would be my first choice, and then my second choice might be the Libertarian candidate, whoever that is, and my third choice might be the Green Party candidate, whoever that is. As opposed to that would allow basically what that would allow for is it would allow for like if like for example if the state of Alaska says like I want Donald Trump, but I will settle for Joe Biden. And enough people say, like, I can live with Joe Biden as my second choice, then Joe Biden will also get the points, essentially. So, like, it's essentially like,
Hey, Oscar.
you know, like essentially it's like, I prefer one candidate, but if the other candidate wins, I don't care that much.
All right.
That I think would be a good system to have nationwide because it would open up the door for third-party candidates, for stronger third-party candidates.
It would also allow for better representation of the people's votes, right?
Sorry?
It would also allow for better representation of the people's votes. Can you get rid of that echo? Turn down your speakers a bit. That should do it.
Testing?
Yeah. Test. See? It works.
Well, the sound that might have just been like my dog shaking her head. She's in my room now.
I'm pretty sure that was me, though. I heard my own
Oh,
echo
was okay.
through your speakers.
Okay. Anyway, well, regardless, I think that I think that it would, yeah. So like the way that we do things, okay, I'm gonna make Sadie go away.
Bye, Sadie. Ow! Ow, 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 ow. Wait. I know.
Anyway.
Ow!
Anyway, what I was saying though is, I think there's a way to. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, representation. So, like, the biggest problem with our electoral system is districting. So, essentially, how it works is we have states draw electoral maps based off of population. That's how it's supposed to be. So, like, for example, the state of Pennsylvania, it will have one pocket, it will have one district that is, you know, predominantly blue, and then another district that typically votes red, and and that can change. So, like, it's all kind of proportional, and honestly, there's really no rhyme or reason to how districts are drawn. Okay, Sadie just left. I'm gonna close the door.
Bye-bye.
But there's really no rhyme or reason to how electoral maps are drawn. Now, what a lot of states will do is something called gerrymandering, if you're familiar with that concept.
Nope. Do tell.
Huh?
I'm not familiar with that, so do tell.
Okay, so gerrymandering essentially means that you draw the districts in a way that favors one candidate over the other. The problem is that obviously that's subjective. Like, there's no real way of, like, being able to definitively prove you are favoring one candidate over another, but a lot of states clearly do it. Sometimes it stands in court, sometimes it doesn't. It all kind of depends on the making of the court and how they are politically aligned a lot of times. So the major thing I would say is definitely we should get rid of districting in states, and states should have a popular vote. So, like, at the end of the day, like how a state works is like it more focuses on like how maps are drawn and like what than like what the actual representation of the people are. That's why, like, a lot of times, like, there will be like really blue pockets of a particular state, like, you know, Mississippi or Alabama or Texas, that aren't being fairly represented because the state at large votes red. So I think that getting rid of districting would aid in a more equal representation of that. Honestly, that might not make sense, and to be fair, it really doesn't make sense to anybody. It's just a system that we've had for hundreds of years that we just don't want to change because some people can benefit from it.
I see. Well,
Some people can benefit from how broken it is.
oh, here's
Gerrymandering is a combination of the guys. Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, where the name comes from is there was a guy named actually Elbridge Gary, and he drew his district in, I want to say, New York, in the shape of a salamander, essentially, because that's how he there was a way to better represent his party doing it that way. So gerrymandering.
Okay, I got it.
He was the governor of Massachusetts. Okay, I thought it was New York or Massachusetts. I couldn't remember.
How about the more basic problem with the electoral college system? That it does not represent who the people are actually voting for. Like, basically, your vote doesn't count, does it? I mean, your vote doesn't count in a popular vote, but it counts.
Your vote doesn't count.
It counts even less in an electoral college system.
So, okay, I guess that's an argument we can get into. So, your vote counts as much as everybody else's. So my vote, hypothetically speaking, we'll just say we're both American. My vote does not count any more than yours does, but it still counts. We've had local elections that have been decided by one or two votes. It's literally happened before.
What about the presidential elections?
If you look at the case of 2000, the 2000 election, it was George W. Bush and Al Gore. Ultimately, that was decided by the state of Florida, and that was decided by something like under 500 votes. So
that's not one vote.
It's not one vote, but it's not a lot of people who influenced that election. California's 54. Yeah.
But here's the thing: the electoral colleges, they can actually vote contrary to the popular vote, right?
Yeah, and I guess I don't really defend the electoral college. I think that it has some merit, but ultimately, yeah, I think I would like to see a ranked choice system replace it.
All right. Let's see. In the Democratic Society of America, mostly everything is voted upon, meaning whoever a president is, he or possibly she in the future can't do anything without the approval of the Senate. Oh yes, that's basic.
True. So, it depends on the state that you're in. California, it's really easy to enact a ballot initiative, whereas in and that has led to a lot of interesting results. Some good, some not so good. But ultimately, voting doesn't necessarily have to just be voting for a politician. It can be voting for a specific idea. Some states will have do you believe marijuana should be decriminalized in the state of Ohio? And
Ohio,
people can vote yes or no. You can vote for a ballot initiative, or you can vote for a politician who is going to push for legalization of marijuana, if that's your, whatever topic. But ultimately, you say voting doesn't matter. Voting matters just as much as the next person. Your vote matters just as much as the next person.
That's
if
right.
you have, but it doesn't matter if you don't vote, is what I'm saying.
No, I don't think so. Here's the thing. Your vote doesn't actually matter as much as the next person if that next person is with a more popular group.
Well, I mean, you never know who...
Yeah, but you do
So
know.
definitely, I would say in some states in the United States, voting matters less. If you're living in the state of Oklahoma, which is a safe red state, odds are voting blue isn't really going to make much of a difference. That said, I live in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, it went blue in 2020, and it went for Joe Biden, who was the Democrat, in 2020, and it went Republican, Donald Trump, in 2016. Pennsylvania, definitely, it's a state where voting really does matter because our elections are often really close.
Okay.
Whereas something like Oklahoma or New York or California, it matters less, but it still could matter. Because California and New York are safe red states, or safe blue states. But that doesn't mean they always have been. Things can change. Public opinions change. Parties change. The party's platform often changes. People are not set in stone as much as some people might like to think that they are. People can change. We can change our opinions. We can change what we support based off of, economic, cultural, social circumstances. You must agree with Mid-Tier Guard. A lot of people ignore local elections. Yeah, and that's it. And local elections are really the thing that matters because, that actually goes back to what I was saying before about, like, you know, a large part of why some of these inner cities are failing is because people ignore local elections, don't vote in the primary, and as a result, some really corrupt guy comes in and steals all the money.
Why is that?
Why do people ignore local elections? I don't know, because there's this general...
Okay, the question is, why is it that if people ignore local elections, why does some corrupt guy come into power?
Because if there's less voter turnout, then this corrupt guy can just get, like, a couple of his close friends in and just, like, you know, influence the election that way. Like, we've had elections with, like, 4, 5... We've had, like, elections with, like, 15% voter turnout, as in, like, 50% of a given population votes. And as a result, when that happens, you know, I mean, a minority can become the majority in a sense.
Minterguard says if you don't care about voting, the people who care will get their way. I can agree with that.
Exactly. If you don't care about voting, the people who do care. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like,
how about if you know that you don't...
Like, I don't know how voter turnout is in the Philippines, but...
It's pretty large, actually.
Really? Okay.
People really believe that their votes count, you know.
Okay, so that is sort of like a minority opinion on your case.
Minority opinion?
Here, we've had, like, varying degrees of voter turnout. Voter turnout has always been pretty low in America, but it's just now kind of starting to be on the rise.
Okay, here's just one thing about me. Never assume that anything I say is what a typical Filipino would be thinking.
I'm not assuming that. I'm just...
No.
That's why I was asking a question.
No, I'm just saying in general, what I say is very atypical of Filipinos. Anything I say is very, very atypical of Filipinos in general. As we continue with the discussion, so that you don't have to think twice about it.
Okay. So I would say... Well, like, I don't really know much about Filipino culture, so that's why I'm asking questions.
Yeah,
so I would say, yeah, like, definitely, like, your vote matters just as much as the next person. And, like, yeah, what you believe might be unpopular now, but...
Then it doesn't matter, because you're voting now.
Yeah, but, you know... And it's not always about, like, voting for something. It can also be voting against something. Like, there are a bunch of people who don't actually like Joe Biden, but they will vote for him because the alternative is something considerably worse. Or, you know, they might believe the opposite way. They won't vote for Donald Trump, but they will if they believe that Joe Biden is considerably worse than the alternative. So, like, for example, like, I don't know when the next Filipino election is. I don't know. Do you guys have primary elections?
What's a primary election? What we have here is presidential elections and senatorial elections, and then the local government elections.
Okay. Well, okay, primary elections are... Do you have... So the way it works in America is we have two major parties. We have a bunch of other smaller parties that don't really matter, but we have two major parties. And in the beginning, we vote to see who gets that party's nomination. Like, you know, in 2024, Joe Biden was pretty much guaranteed the nomination because incumbents usually are.
I see.
But but Donald Trump went up against like 17 other people, I think.
So,
and ultimately, and you voted for, and people are voting for, do you want Donald Trump or do you want Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or whoever to be the representative of the Republican Party in that election? So most people are voting Donald Trump. He's probably going to win the nomination. But, you know, like that. So, like, do you have? My question is, do you have an election like that? Well, do you have political parties, right?
our political parties don't work like yours. They have no power.
What do you mean? So like, what's his, Bon Bong or Bin Bong? The guy who's in charge now?
I have no idea what his political party is. They can make up political parties on the fly as well. That's why I say political parties have no power here.
Okay, so like, so you can just change political party. Well, I mean, you can do that in America.
You
It's
can
just
make
like,
your own. You can just make up your
yeah.
own.
So like, I assumed that like the Philippines, you didn't have just like a two-party rule. Like most countries, they have like third, fourth, fifth parties. Like the
Yes.
United Kingdom has like 5 major political
We
parties.
have several here. And they
Yeah.
change every elections as well. These
So like,
parties
it's not.
change their names, change their affiliations every elections.
So, like, the last election, it wasn't just a race between, like, Duterte and Bin Bong or Bon Bong. I keep forgetting what his name is.
Bong bong.
Bong Bong, okay. It wasn't just, like, a race between those two. There were, like, other political parties who didn't get as many votes.
There were at least, no, it's not about political parties here. It's about individuals. So,
Okay,
there
yeah.
were at least,
Like,
10 different, presidential candidates. Only about, 3 of them actually mattered. No, 4 maybe.
honestly, that would be an ideal system in the United States. Because, like, even our founding fathers, George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, they detested the idea of political parties because of exactly what's happening right now, which is a lot of people are focusing on, you know, what we're focusing right now on like groupthink over what actually is right. We're focusing on what the party wants as opposed to what the general population wants, and we now have sort of like essentially 2 hive minds controlling the country.
I can see that. Yes.
Yeah. As opposed to, you know, a variety of different ideas that can kind of be debated and coexist in a sense. So, so like, for example, like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, they both have their own unique party platforms, things that that as a collective, they work to accomplish, or things that they work to dissuade from the other political party. I don't like that system. I think most people don't like that system, but honestly, those political parties just have so much money that it's probably not going to change anytime soon.
I see. So over here, the political parties actually do have money, if that's an issue. But our culture here dictates that people will vote for whoever the F they want. Who is more popular on social media.
So people don't have like any sort of allegiance to like the Conservative Party or the Liberal Party, for example.
They have zero allegiance to any party. They have allegiances to individuals.
Yeah, and that's not the case in the United States. There are a lot of people, they don't vote for Joe Biden. They vote for the Democratic Party, and he just happens to be at the top of the ticket.
Hey, Roop! Nice to see you here. Welcome. Roop is from India, by the way.
Yeah, vote blue no matter who. A lot of people have that mentality, and there's also a bunch of people who, again, like they vote blue not because they necessarily subscribe with that ideology, but rather because a lot of times because the alternative is worse. And like, I know that the Philippines still has that mentality to a degree, but not in the sense of political parties. Like, people voted for Bongbong for Bongbong because he, as bad as he was still better than the alternative, the major party alternative, or major candidate alternative.
Nope. That's not how it goes. People voted for him because they like him. The other alternative was... Let's see. The other alternative was Leni Robredo, who represents the Aquino faction. So
did Duterte not run?
Duterte is, Sara Duterte is, Mr. Bongbong's vice president. She also won, with more votes than him, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's right, you did tell me Duterte's wife is the vice president?
No, not wife. Daughter.
Duterte's daughter is the vice president. That is something you would never see in America. That is definitely what happens when political parties don't rule everything.
And you know how Bongbong won? By basically discrediting his adversary, because his campaign.
Yeah, that's insane. So he just was like, Duterte is a piece of garbage. Also, I'm going to nominate his daughter as vice president.
No. His main slogan was unity, to unite all the Philippines. To be a peaceful and formal president. As opposed to Leni Robredo, his biggest rival, whose main slogan, basically, was that do not allow the Marcoses to come into power again. And also some socialist stuff, like love and peace. Blah, 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 blah.
So did Enrico Duterte, the previous guy, do you have re-elections? Like, if somebody runs once, can they run again?
Let's see. Yes, just once. Just one more time. Two
Okay, yeah, so same
terms.
system as we have, essentially.
Terms. But it's only for 4 years, by the way.
Okay,
no,
well,
6 years.
4 years as opposed, so 2 4-year terms.
Yeah.
Oh, so did he already serve both 4-year terms?
Duterte, no, he just served once. He's an old man. He doesn't want to do it again.
Okay, I see. So he just decided not to run. Okay.
Yep. Because his daughter is running for vice president anyway. And there are talks. There are talks that the main plot is to basically get rid of Bongbong at some point, so that she becomes the president.
That doesn't seem I mean, I would say, like, when you have a vice president who's so against when you have a vice president who's who has a relationship with somebody who's just antithetical to everything you stand for.
Actually, no, Duterte actually endorses Bongbong.
Really? Okay.
Even though, yes, they're kind of different from each other.
I don't know. I just know Duterte is what I've learned in America, which is just this who's just this RoboCop dude who was shooting drug dealers or drug users on the streets of wherever.
Basically, sanctioning people. Sanctioning the police to shoot people off the street.
I thought he did it personally. I thought he drove around on a motorcycle and shot people.
Nah, he just likes to pretend he did that. He just likes to give off this impression that
he just wants to pretend to be Arnie. He just wants to pretend to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, but not how Arnold Schwarzenegger actually governed.
No, he's an old man.
Yeah.
He's 70 plus. Around the same age.
Oh, you
as
think
Biden.
that's an old man? Look at the people at the top of our
around
tickets
the same
right now.
age as Biden, probably.
Oh, really? Yeah, Biden is like
Yeah.
81, I think, now.
Yeah, I think he's around that same age right now. The Ted.
And Trump is like a couple of years younger, like 78 or 9. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head.
Yeah.
He wanted to be Frank Castle. I don't know who Frank Castle is, but yes.
The
Or
Punisher.
Frank's.
Frank
Oh, okay.
Castle is the Punisher.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I am the law. No, that's the Judge Dredd, but whatever.
Anyways, so yeah. Over here, when you vote for president, you vote for personalities. Not for political parties. So not for concepts.
I mean,
or policies.
yeah, but that's not how you have to vote.
Yeah. No, that's not how you have to vote. But that is the voting culture that's prevalent here.
I mean, I see it this way. Even if you are in the minority, your vote only 100% doesn't matter if you don't do it. It could matter if you did it. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, my opinion is in the minority. I guess I'm just not going to vote. Okay, well, it's going to stay in the minority forever.
I know. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. But, even if I did vote, my opinion is just, my political opinions are just so different from everyone else that they really, practically, from a pragmatic perspective, they really don't matter either way. I know.
I mean, okay, well, even if a candidate doesn't 100% agree with you, you could vote for the one who agrees with you the most. Like, there's going to be one that you like over the other.
No. I don't think they're qualified, all of them.
Okay, well, there's a lesser of two evils.
Look, anyone other than...
Statistically speaking, one is less evil than the other.
Yes, anyone other than Bong Bong would have been better. But, again, my vote doesn't
Well, you
count.
could have voted for literally anybody other than Bong Bong. I'm not saying, like,
and he still won
would they have agreed with you
huge
100%? No, but they would have done a better job than who ended up being in power.
And he still won by a huge landslide, either way. So it doesn't matter. And I predicted
Well, that's not to
happen.
say the next election will be like that, though.
It will be. Because our elections are corrupt. I don't believe in
Well,
our
in that,
electoral
well,
system.
and if that's the case, then yeah, voting really doesn't matter.
Yep.
But coming at it from an American perspective, I know that tides can change any which way. You know, like, we elected Joe Biden. He's not as popular as he was. I still believe that he's going to win in 2024, but it's very realistic that he doesn't. Either way, if people are disenfranchised by the system and don't vote, statistically speaking, in America, if people don't vote, Republicans tend to win. So...
And if they do vote...
And if they do vote, Democrats tend to benefit from high voter turnout. Because, like, generally speaking, America as a whole is more liberal. That's, that has not always been the case, but sometimes it can be.
Yes.
That's how it is now.
Yeah, okay, but the popular vote doesn't really, do anything, does it?
Not really. Like, a lot of times... But, not really, but, like, also, Electoral College... Like, the Electoral College usually only differs from the popular vote if the popular vote is
close, right?
Extremely low.
Alright.
Because, like, in the last election, voter turnout was at an all-time high, and Joe Biden won both the Electoral College and the popular vote. Whereas in 2016, it was actually, I believe, at a record low, or if not a record low, then pretty low. And Trump won despite not winning the popular vote, because just not a lot of people just decided to stay home as opposed to vote for the alternative, Hillary Clinton.
Isn't that a flaw with the electoral college system, though? Why are they allowed?
Yes, and I agree that the electoral college system is very
I mean,
flawed.
why are they even allowed to go against the popular vote? That's the real question.
Because that's how we decided it should be done hundreds of years ago.
See, that's a real problem.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Like, again, ideally I would get rid of the electoral college, but I also would not replace it with a straight popular vote because, again, I think that California and New York would just dictate every single election, and other states wouldn't get as much equal representation.
Uh-huh. And speaking of representation, how about the jury system? Let's talk about that.
Well, on Tuesday, I kind of started to realize how ignorant I am of the jury system. My major thing is I think that the jury system basically accepts the premise that everybody is in it for the right thing. People that everybody cares about the judicial system and how voting works, everybody cares about the judicial system and getting the right outcome. And really, I think a lot of people are just very apathetic to other people, and that sort of throws a monkey wrench in the entire system. You have a lot of people who don't really care about the outcome, just want to make a big show out of it, and you know, they don't want to do jury duty. They're just summoned to do it, and they just make a big show out of the entire thing. There's a stereotype. There's like a joke of, pretending to be racist to get out of jury duty, and sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. It all depends on the judge. I think that people should have a basic understanding of the law. They should have had to go to law school. Maybe not law school, but they should have had to have some sort of education on the law, not to pass the bar exam or something, but to have a basic understanding of the law and a basic reasoning to care.
Bye-bye, Mid-Tier Guard.
Bye, Mid.
So, here's the flaw that I see with the jury system. I believe that the jury system turns, the judicial process, the main point of the judicial process, especially litigation, is to find out the truth, right?
Yes.
Of what actually happened. Now,
that's the idea in theory, yes.
The jury system tries to turn it into a democratic process. And that is the flaw that I see with it.
Yes, but if you have one person be judge, jury, and executioner, then that also does in a sense sort of.
No, just judge actually, because the execution of the laws, especially of the decision, is left to the proper authorities after all.
Yes, but it also, we have corrupt judges, and we don't really.
Yes,
judges are elected by the people. There are legal
remedies for that.
Yeah, judges are elected by the people of the country. So, in local elections, you can vote for a district judge, or you can.
Hey, that's interesting.
We have different levels of courts, all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yes.
Those judges are not elected, but state judges typically are.
Okay, that is very interesting, because over here, judges are not elected. They are chosen directly by the Supreme Court, based on their qualifications.
Is the Supreme Court elected?
The Supreme Court is not elected. The Supreme Court
Okay.
chooses...
Do they serve?
It's
Do
an
they serve for
independent...
life?
Basically, no. Basically, the judiciary is an independent body which chooses its own members. It's completely independent.
It works very differently.
From the
So,
executive
like for example, the United
the
States
legislative.
Supreme Court. For the United States Supreme Court, the president usually nominates somebody. Like if somebody dies, or so we have 9 people on our Supreme Court, and they basically can serve for life, or they can serve for however long they want to before they choose to retire or they die or whatever. When that happens, when there's a vacancy, the president typically nominates somebody to fill that seat. And the House, I think it's actually just the Senate, in fact. The Senate will vote.
That's the same.
They will usually have a hearing to like ask certain questions or whatever, and then they will take it to a vote, and they will either accept that nomination, or they will not, in which case the president nominates somebody else, and that keeps going until they agree. They also nominate, I believe, like Ninth Circuit court judges and a couple other federal judges, but state Supreme Courts, at least in the state of Pennsylvania, I'm not sure if it's true in all cases, but at least in the state of Pennsylvania, we vote directly for our state Supreme Court judges.
I see. So, what you said about the president making appointments, right? List of appointments for judges. It applies here in the Philippines as well. That's how it's done here. So, the House will either approve or reject those appointments based on...
Okay, so it is the same system.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
vote.
state Supreme Court judges or
judges
district judges.
We just don't vote for judges here.
Yeah, we do that in Pennsylvania. I'm not sure if that's the same. Different states might have different rules on how judges are appointed. I would say, like, I think ultimately there are issues with the issue with voting for judges is obviously that politicizes it.
Yep. Exactly.
So then, like, the judges would have a political motive. To counteract that, that's what a jury is supposed to do. It's supposed to counteract a judge who may be politically motivated by the people who elected them.
But how does...
But it doesn't always. But the jury also has issues.
Yeah, exactly. How does the jury render a decision? How does a juror render a decision? What do
a miserable little button now.
What do they base their decisions on?
They base their decisions off of.
They're
supposed to base their decisions off of the facts. They are supposed to base their decisions off of, what the facts are in relation to how the law works in a specific state. A lot of times, though, they do incorporate their personal, which, I mean, they have to. Everybody incorporates their personal bias into everything, but...
And that's a problem, isn't it? Because, they don't really know the law as well as a lawyer.
Exactly. So... And a judge... And like, even a lawyer is gonna... Somebody who has a law degree is going to incorporate their personal judgment into a case.
Actually...
Obviously, because humans... Humans cannot be unbiased.
Okay, that's a psychological assumption that is probably correct. But in the court of law, there should be no biases. So it is assumed that you do not have any biases as a lawyer or as a judge. It is assumed.
A good lawyer would try to be as unbiased as possible.
It's a legal
that
presumption,
is not always
though.
the case.
It may not always be the case, but that is a legal presumption. So any bias will actually hinder the progress of your case. It won't work
Yeah,
very well for
but
you.
then that also, yeah, and there's always like litigation and things like that. The thing though with like a lawyer versus a jury is, or the thing though with like, you know,
A judge.
juries is that yes, they are biased, but at least people who have a better understanding of the law are usually better informed. They usually have better informed biases.
Yep. Well, yeah, that's the main problem. Again.
Justice is blind. Nothing is blind. That's the thing, though.
Justice is blind is a concept. Lady Justice is blind. You can see.
It's a good concept, but in reality, nothing is blind. Nothing
Says
is black
who?
and white, and everything is a big pile of gray.
Says who, though? I mean, your justice system definitely says that justice is blind. And you're expected to believe that.
Yeah, I'm expected to believe that. It doesn't mean I have to. I don't have to believe that justice is blind because justice is
Unless
not
you
blind.
are in a
They
court
can
of
say it
law.
all they want. It doesn't make it true.
Unless you're in a court of law. As a juror.
Yeah, they can say justice is blind all they want, and people can say I don't want to bring my own personal politics onto the bench all they want. At the end of the day, you have to.
Eh? Why, though?
Term limits should be a thing in every position. Honestly, I would argue... Honestly, I've made the argument before. I don't know if I've done it on stream, but I believe that term limits... I've made the argument that re-election should not be a thing. I think, like, for example, the President of the United States serves 2 4-year terms, but they serve 2 4-year terms. And the problem with that is that the first 4 years are typically tempered by, you know, trying to compromise and trying to appeal to everybody. Whereas if they just had, like, I would say 1 6-year term, then they could basically do whatever they realistically can to sculpt the country into their own image. Whatever they realistically can under the, you know, restrictions of a democratic system. And after those 6 years, they would be forced to step down, but they could endorse another candidate in their party that they feel aligns best with their political ideology. Like, I think, like for example, like, I think that, like, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Obama, they could have accomplished more if they were not so concerned about re-election. So, like, I think that, like, and I also believe, like, 4 years is kind of too short of a time frame to really see your own vision out, because democracy is a very slow and very messy process. But 8 years is a really long time to be stuck with somebody that you don't like. So I would say a compromise would be 1 6-year term, and then you can no longer run again.
Yeah. Anyways, going back to the jury system. So, how it works is that for certain criminal cases, right? For certain criminal cases, it is an option given to the accused to be tried by either the judge or by a jury of your peers, correct?
I'm not sure if that's how it works in America, but I'll assume
that's exactly
yes.
what I've read about America, because we don't use a jury here in the Philippines.
Okay.
Alright, so it's an option given to the accused, right? So the way I see it, that's not lagging, Gerardo. He's just hearing stuff from...
Gerardo is saying the stream is lagging.
No, it's not. What you're hearing is still my voice coming from his speakers.
Oh. Okay.
So,
You know what? I'll be right back. Why don't you just talk to chat for a little bit? I'm gonna get some headphones and see if that fixes the problem.
alright. Oh, it must be on your end? Stream was freezing. Nope. No drop frames so far. 0%. Anyways, so what I was saying is that, okay, if you're the accused, you're given the option, for example, in certain cases, to be tried by the judge or by a jury of your peers. That's how it works, correct? And of course, the jurors must be agreed upon by both parties. The members of the jury must be people picked and agreed upon by both parties to make it fair. So this is why I say it politicizes, or it turns the justice system into some kind of democracy instead of an honest search for the truth. And that's why I'm saying my AI justice system works better. You back? I guess not.
Give me a second. Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hopefully this works a little bit better.
Okay.
I have my headphones plugged in.
Yep, no more echo, 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 echo. Yep, see,
Okay.
just works. Awesome.
Per-
Got disconnected.
okay.
Oh, I'm back. It tends to do that sometimes. Okay, we back.
Okay.
We back. Yep, we are.
So, would you want to play some of the games that I recommended?
Right now, not really.
Okay.
So, as I was saying about the jury system. So if you're the accused, right? You're given the option to be tried by a jury of your peers or by the judge. Usually the accused would choose the jury because it gives them a chance to sway the odds in their favor, right? Because the jury can make decisions based on emotion, which I would say undermines the legal process because it's supposed to be an honest search for the truth. But now it becomes an act. It becomes
I agree. I don't really
stage
know
play.
what the solution to that would be. I would say, well, the problem with AI, this AI system, is that AI is programmed by humans who also have their own biases.
How can an AI have biases if all it has to do is judge the facts and render a decision based on
Well, sometimes facts don't exist.
when facts don't exist, then you cannot render a decision. Is that simple?
So, like, for example, in a rape case, like,
Uh-huh.
a lot of times it's not actually... It's impossible to definitively prove.
If it's impossible to definitively prove, you know about the weight of evidence required in order to convict someone of rape.
Yeah. So
Huh?
they just would not convict. So they just
No.
would not convict.
No. The proper term, the proper legal term is proof of guilt beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
That is the weight of evidence required.
So if there is no proof, then the AI would just not convict.
Yes, exactly. If there is no
I could live with
proof of guilt beyond reasonable doubt. As opposed to a civil
Yeah,
case.
I think that would be. I think that would work. My only issue is there are. Well, like, would it work in civil cases? Because a lot
Yes.
of times.
In civil cases, the proof of evidence required, the weight of evidence required is different. It's called preponderance of evidence. That's why you have Lady Justice with those scales, the scales of justice. Whoever has more evidence on their side, whoever has the heavier weight of evidence on their side, will win in a civil case. That's what preponderance of evidence means.
So, yeah, so like in a civil case, like in like a lawsuit or something like that is a lot of times those are based sort of on opinions. Like is what the prosecutor said liable, for example. How would you define liable? Well, liable means like, it damaged them personally or their business or something like that. Okay, well then how would you define that?
There's a legal definition for libel. And when you make a definition, you have to base it off of a previous case or off of the actual facts available.
Legal definitions are left intentionally vague. That allows for debate over...
They're not left intentionally vague, no. They are made to be... actually, this is what I've said before. Laws are made to be clear and unequivocal. And that's when there are ambiguities in the law, that is when interpretation is allowed. That's how it works.
And an AI would be able to fairly interpret the law, interpret these gray areas of the law that humans have not even been able to do so.
By using previous cases, yes. Jurisprudence by cross-referencing. And of course, it can always be checked by a human judge to see if there are any inconsistencies.
Yeah. Okay, that's a system I would support. I would support a system like that.
Awesome. Anyways.
That was surprisingly easy.
Let's see. Apple versus Android. What say you?
I mean, I just like... I mean, at the end of the day, I'm an Apple person, but that's mainly because, like, I find the system easier to use, safer, and ultimately, the thing about Android, I always say this, the thing about Android is lack of support.
That's true.
I own, before the current phone that I have, I had an iPhone 7 that lasted from, iOS 10 to... Actually, is the iPhone 7 still support? It might... No, I think it might have dropped support just last year.
No, it's not. My sister uses iPhones.
Yeah, so I think, 6 years of support, essentially. There's no Android phone that even comes close to that. Most of them do not get support past their initial update.
How much did you pay for the iPhone?
It was I don't know, well, it was probably $700-800, but nowadays it's more than that if you get the highest end phone. Yes, but my personal philosophy, and you can, and I to be fair, I also didn't buy the base level phone. I could have gotten an iPhone for $400 if I really wanted to. Okay. And I understand there's Android phones you can get for $200.
Yep.
But those are usually bottom of the barrel, if you have to have a phone.
No, a $200 phone would be something like my phone. Over here.
Okay.
The Poco X3 Pro. Which,
what is it run? What version of Android is it running?
Right now, I don't know. Let me see.
Is it running
the latest version? I don't think it's running the latest. I think it's Android 10.
And that's exactly because and that's the thing is all Apple devices being currently made. All Apple devices that are currently being sold run the latest version of iOS. That allows for, one, security updates to be readily available, but more so,
Actually,
it allows like everybody to have the latest and greatest features of that phone.
Actually, my phone is running Android version 12, seems.
I actually don't know what the latest version of Android is anymore. I think it might be like 12 or 13, so maybe it is running the latest version.
Last security update was 2022.
Oh, well, there you go then.
Why does it
So it
matter?
hasn't really been updated since 2022.
So, why does it matter?
That makes the phone less secure.
Okay, why does security matter?
I mean...
For a phone, I mean. What kind
It
of
matters.
security are
It
you
matters.
thinking of?
Does it matter for me as much? No, but it could matter to other people. My major thing, though, is after a while, like, my major issue is if a phone stops being supported, it's only a matter of time before apps stop being supported.
No!
Like most
not.
older iPhones and Androids of even just like a couple of years ago.
No,
are
that's
not-
not how it works. That's not how it works. It's all about
Apps
the
apps will literally require like you have to be running Android version 12 or whatever
That's
in
not
order
how it
to
works. No.
use this. And
No, it's
after
not.
a while, like it's just going to like say like, oh, you can't even log in on this version of the app anymore because it's not supported.
That's not how it works. I've been using
Like-
Androids. Since forever. Like, I've never had an iPhone. I have never had that problem.
How often do you upgrade your phone?
Often I upgrade my phone. Around 3 years. 3 to 4 years.
Okay. I guess it's about like when I upgrade my iPhone.
Huh? So I've never had that problem you're describing. Like this app, will not run anymore because you're using an old version of Android. That's just not how it works. Usually, you won't be able to run certain apps because you don't have the specs for it. You no longer have the specs for it, which is a problem.
So like if you have like an outdated version of Android, is there ever a case where like
No. Most
like you can't like run YouTube or Facebook
Nope.
because that
You
will
can
happen
still
on
run-
iOS.
No, you can still run those, even on Android 7. 4. Android 4. Actually, I have an Android 4 tablet, which can still run YouTube perfectly. What happens, actually, is the opposite.
The app?
Yes. What happens is the opposite. It's actually the opposite which happens. You can't run old Android apps on newer versions of Android. That's actually what happens. That's a real problem.
Well, that makes sense because like and that's happened fairly recently with iPhones as well, and I think the reason for that ultimately is just switching over entirely to a 64-bit architecture.
So basically, certain apps will just not be available for older versions of Android.
Yeah.
It all depends on the developers, actually.
Yeah, the developer has to
developers of the
update
apps.
the app.
Yep.
Makes sense.
So yeah.
So like, so like for like that like device that runs like Android 4 or whatever, like can you can like do all the stuff you normally can on YouTube? Can you like
Yes.
log into your account and like you
Uh-huh.
know check your subscriptions and stuff like that?
Yep, you still can.
You
Also-
run revanced, which blocks ads and whatnot for you. Yeah, that's okay. That admittedly, that's pretty cool.
Like, I also have some Android TV boxes which run Android 4. Those things I bought like last year, just for my TVs. They can still run
They still
YouTube.
sell Android devices that run Android 4?
Yes.
Wow, that's insane.
It was like 500 pesos, which is like, let me check. 500 pesos. 500 HP to USD is $9, 8.93 US dollars. So very cheap.
Did you say HP or
PHP, Philippine pesos.
oh PH? Okay. I just wish I liked the idea that I had for a second that you like that you like trade in health points.
Oh, HP. Yes.
Yeah.
PHP. Close enough. Hey, speaking of games, here's something I think you would like, actually. Let me show you. This is Curse of Ishos.
Realize the music has been playing this entire time. How long is that loop?
It's a very short loop.
Oh, it's just okay.
It's just well made, so it doesn't sound very repetitive.
Yeah. What a game is this?
This is Curse of Ishos.
Oh yeah, I do have that. Wait, is that the one?
It's by
Oh
Loco.
yeah, no, I do have that downloaded. I'm gonna have to check if I'll be able to run that on my Steam Deck. If not, I guess I'll have to play it on the on my PC. But I do have means of playing it essentially.
Nice.
So I should be able to play that for Ron Paris tonight.
Nice. Why is it so small? Here be it. It's too small. Now it's huge.
Imbiggen.
Now
Must
it's
imbiggen.
Now it's become hugified. Here you go.
There you go.
I think you'll like this one.
Yeah, I think I saw like this is like kind of a Metroidvania, like retro style Metroidvania.
No, it's just Castlevania. See, but much smoother.
So it's like a yeah. So it is like a typical left to right Castlevania.
Yep. It does have some exploration around stage 2, I think.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da-da. This was made by one guy, by the way.
Sounds about right. It definitely has that very kind of like indie feel to it. Greek Castlevania. Oh, so this is Greek developed.
No, the setting is in Greece.
Oh.
So it literally is Greek Castlevania.
Oh, I see. So it takes place, okay, in ancient Greece. That's neat. That's actually pretty cool. I like Greek mythology as like a general template.
Da-da-da-da.
Music also feels very like retro Castlevania.
Yeah, I think there's also different games by Loco Malito. There's also a Ghouls and Ghosts style game. But it's better.
Let's check that out. I did see the guy's website, so I'll have to check out like what other games he has.
Stop blocking!
I did, by the way, download Do You Remember Love, so that will definitely be played.
Nice.
I will say, if it's anything like that one Macross game I played on like N64, I'm not necessarily looking forward to it, but...
How you wanna get that? Whatever that is. Oh!
Huh?
It was useless. Wonderful. It's ancient Greek Castlevania, says Grooney.
Okay.
That. Oh, come on! Poke your eye out, kid.
Well, shoot your eye out, kid. Yeah, this just looks like a really fun fan game.
This is stage 2. It has some exploration now. Find the key, basically.
The game is 4x3?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. That's cool. I mean, like, definitely adds to the retro aesthetic. Cerulean was asking if it's 4x3, by the way.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Yeah.
PCCRT food. Yes. Politically correct critical race theory.
I think there's... Yep. Come on. Sucks. Do-do-do. Give me that. It was useless. So here is where the exploration is.
I see.
Right.
I like the sounds. Like that tortured scream when you kill something.
Close. Ah! Like that. What the fudge is this? Gold.
Gold! So is there a shop where you can, like, buy stuff?
I don't think I've gotten that far. I got stuck in this one stage where you have to outrun a statue.
Oh god. That sounds not super fun.
Also, I need to look for keys here.
Yeah, like I'm not usually like a fan of like I like games that like encourage. Here's my thing. I like games that encourage exploration. I don't like games that outright require it.
Yeah, unfortunately for stage 2, gotta find 3 keys somewhere.
Like, there's a lot of like games on the Commodore Amiga, for example, that were just collectathons. I don't like things like that. Like, or like well, Super Mario 64 is just entirely that. Like, a lot of 3D games were just like, oh, collect all this stuff and then like move on to the next level. Like, it's forced exploration. I'm not really a fan of that usually.
Second key.
Whereas like something like Symphony of the Night, like exploration, you know, finding all these secrets and hidden collectibles and stuff like that, it's rewarded, but it's not encouraged. It's not required.
Come here. Oh, great.
Oh god, knockback. Oh, actually, wait, is there knockback?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's not good. I mean, this definitely inherits a lot of the flaws of like early Castlevania, but it's definitely improved. Obviously, a game like 30 years in the future is going to improve on something.
Also, I don't know where the third key is. Right.
And then incorporates a whole bunch of other flaws, like, you know, collecting shit.
Come here. One key. I know the second key is also here. Is this it? Second key? No. Da 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 da. Here. Yes. What? Hey.
Oh wow, it actually rips sounds directly from Castlevania, I've now realized.
It does?
Yeah, like when you hit an enemy, it's the same sound as in Castlevania.
Yeah. Final key, yes? No.
Also, I want to say that that screaming sound is from Rick Dangerous, but I'm not sure if it's the exact same thing.
How is it screaming? It's a skeleton. Can I go in here? Nope. I'm just wondering how it's even managing to scream. It's a skeleton.
Are you really gonna pick apart the logic of a game like this?
Drop down.
Remind yourself it's just a show and sit back and relax.
Yeah. I guess the final key is here. Yes. Nope. What? The fudge.
Rui for President 2024, says Nintendo.
No. What? Where the fudge? That one? Ah! Bad jump. I did. Alright.
Depresso.
You get 4 continues. Sucks. Not a hard game.
Oh, not even unlimited continues? That sucks.
It's not a hard game, though. Dead. D-E-D. Dead.
Cool hearing that in real time.
You mean you can't hear it?
I can, yeah.
I mean you can't hear it when it's on your stream.
Oh, I can, but like... Well, like, on your stream.
Oh, I see.
Because I typed in the command. I was the culprit.
Right. Oh, there it is. I found it. Finally. Goodbye. Wait, I can't go that way. Wonderful. Gotta go all the way here. And what? Wait. The keys are randomized. The fudge.
Oh, that is bullshit. I mean, this could have been a good idea if they didn't, like, massively fuck it up.
Hey. Come on.
Yeah, Romparee is gonna be, like, almost entirely all requests. Possibly just all requests tonight, because I have a lot of them. I have a huge backlog.
What? Okay.
Like, I got Rumble Roses, which Ketsu requested, like, a month ago.
I still haven't played Rumble Roses.
No, I was trying to play... I tried to play it once on Xbox 360, but my emulator didn't work with it properly.
Let me see if that...
So I just bought... I downloaded the PS2 version. There's a PSP version I saw as well. I don't know how well that works.
There's Rumble Rose's PSP? I've never
I
heard of
think I saw that.
Never heard of that.
Wonder if it was on PS3. That probably. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I wonder if it's on PS3 because that probably would be like the definitive version anyway. Oh, it's just PS2 or Xbox 360. Okay, never mind.
Some Initial D. Yeah. Like yesterday. Good game.
Oh yeah, did I add that to? What is that for?
PSP, PS2, PS3.
Oh yeah, I did. I think I did add that to my list, but I don't think I downloaded it in time. I could you know what? If it's on PS3, I'll see if I can download that now. It'll be ready for. By the way, I do have River City Girls downloaded. If you ever wanted to play that, River City Girls 2.
I don't have it.
Oh,
I'll have to buy it.
Yeah. Well, it's on sale now, so you might want to do that sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's the racing game you were talking about.
Close. Another thing with games like these, if you watch a playthrough by somebody else, you'd know exactly what to do.
True. Well, I mean, that's the case with a lot of games, I would say.
Not really. Because there are different ways of doing some things in some platformers. But in a game like this, that's my main problem with platformers, actually. The stiffness.
I mean, like, yeah, like a. If you don't know like how to play a game, you can like usually just like watch a let's play or a walkthrough, and you have a general idea of what you're supposed to do.
And you can just emulate it, and it will look like you've played this game tons of times before. Which I didn't do for this one. Give me that. What up? Some objects are magically hidden in the air. Got it.
I just stepped away for a second to get an SD card.
See what this is. What? Nah. There. Shield. A shield that actually works. Check it out.
Oh, that's a Konami sound too, I think. Wait. Oh, I think that's actually, that was a Contra sound, I think.
This one? Too. Yeah, I can see
That too, but also the sound when you like collect something.
Probably.
I mean, it's just like a shitty little fan game, so it's like it's probably fine that they steal some stuff, but
Weapon of
yeah,
fire noise.
yeah, Contra is Konami. I know. I'm just saying, like, it's not. Sound effect was the weapon acquired. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I was right. I
think this is where I got stuck. Right here.
Yeah, that sound is. Yeah, they take a lot of sounds from like Konami and Contra, which fair enough. Whatever. It's just like some guy probably doesn't have like a huge budget, but Just something I noticed.
What? Yeah. Take this. Sword. This is where I got stuck, I think.
I mean, to be fair, too, like, if Konami's not going to make another Castlevania game, I guess it's up to people like this to do it. Or, you know, Bloodstained, which is, like, 10 billion times better than this in every single conceivable way.
Bloodstained is a Metroidvania.
It is, yeah. The 8-bit games, though, I think are fairly linear, aren't they?
The 8-bit games are not. They're like,
Oh, are they also
class.
Metroidvania?
No.
It's been a while since
they're not. No, they're not.
It's
They're
been a while since I
classic.
played that.
They're classic Castlevania.
Oh, so they are linear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah. Ah.
I still think you should play the one Bloodstained game. I think you'd really like it.
Probably. Wolfpack keeps telling me to play that.
Well, I'll join him. We're gonna peer pressure you into spending money, Elle.
Yeah. I have some loose cash for games right now, actually.
I think the Bloodstained games are on sale now, so I think like, you might be able to get. I
What?
think you might be able to get it under like $10.
What the? There you go. What? Really? I went all the
If
way
someone
up
can
there.
check on Steam and confirm that. I don't remember which one is the new one though.
There is the thing. There it is. There is the thing.
Ah, here we go.
That is usually where I just die.
Dead. D-E-D. Dead. Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Oh, he can just walk through? That's bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't look like it controls very well either. Like, doesn't, like you should have been able to, like, make some of those jumps, I think.
It controls like Castlevania.
Hmm.
Slightly smoother than Castlevania.
Okay.
But not by much.
Like, if you're gonna make a fan game, you, like, kind of should fix some of the flaws of the original game.
And that's where I get stuck. I'll need to look up how to get through this.
I mean, I assume the way you get through it is just, like, by perfecting it and memorizing it until you get good.
Now I'm sure there's like if you just look at how somebody else plays it, you can just emulate that. That's usually how I get through games like this.
Yeah. I think it's all... so far, this looks like it's all just down to memorization. I don't think there's, like, any sort of specific way to get good, other than just memorize it until you get good.
I wonder about that. See, the way I do things is, I just look at somebody else play it, and then I just memorize the way that person plays it.
Are there any videos of this online? Does anybody give a shit
Yes.
about this game?
Yes, it's fairly popular.
Oh, okay.
Wah! I don't think there's even any benefit to doing that. Just gonna ignore those.
Yeah, don't do anything that's gonna slow you down.
Well, it's not chasing me here yet. Anyway.
Yeah, you've gotten him off screen at least.
No, I continued, so I have to get to the second screen.
Oh, got it. What game is this? This is, what is it
Curse
called?
of Issues.
Okay. Also, hello, Party Gamer Network. Ain't no party like a game mode party, cause a game mode party don't stop.
Yeah. Gold, gold. So there are shops here. Seems.
Oh, there you go. Oh, can you go into the shop then?
I already came from there. They just sell you
Oh,
potions.
okay. I wondered if you could like, I wondered if you could have like upgraded speed or anything like that.
They just sell you potions and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Here he is. He's gonna chase me now. Wonder if there's anything here.
I wonder if jumping would make you go faster.
I think this sword might be better, actually. For destroying
Yeah,
obstacles.
yeah, it might have like a longer range or kill things faster or like, destroy things faster. Alright, you got him off. Oh, never mind. Go, go, go! I hunger. Run, run. Can you like can't you like jump on that top part? That might be quicker to do it that way.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, you should just be able to like jump up and over, and that might be quicker than like destroying the blocks.
Might be a shortcut there. Gotta be kidding me. There.
Like some of them, it looks like you have to destroy the blocks, but whenever possible, try and take the upper route.
Yeah. Okay.
I could be totally wrong. I've obviously never played the game.
So no way to do that.
Oh my god, am I backseating you? What kind of bizarro effed up world is this? The backseated has become the backseater.
Oh, come on. I was close.
That sound kind of sounds like NES Dragon's Lair when you die. Not like exactly the same, but kind of similar.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. Oh shit, you did it! No, you're gonna die.
Yeah!
Yep. Sad.
Oh well, that's enough of that. I think I just need to, look up how somebody else plays that level.
Yeah. Again, I think it just comes down to like take the top path whenever possible.
I suppose. I think there might be
Also, the
similar.
other thing too, like I was saying, is like some of these like retro games, if you like keep jumping right, that can like make you go a little bit faster.
Yeah, but
Like
there are
Castlevania
enemies.
kind of does that.
Yeah, but there are enemies in the way.
Yeah, true.
Alrighty. You got any other topics
Topics?
you like? Wait, maybe you
I don't
want me
really
to
know.
play one of those games?
Yeah,
Oh,
how about Bishi Bashi Special? Have you played that?
not sure. It's such a puzzle game.
Not really a puzzle game. It's a mini game
Special.
collection, kind of like WarioWare.
Meh. Here's one wrong. Let's see. Downloading. ROM's Fun is the new CD
ROM's fun. I've never heard of that. I always just used Vim's Layer because like it has like that arbitrary wait time, but at the same time the website is just so clean and has so much that I just
This one is not clean. So
Yeah.
which one? Europe version.
Europe. Yeah, do the Europe version because that's gonna be in English.
Alright.
Also, can you see for test ject complete? Or test subject complete? What does that mean?
What? Oh, I think he means one of those things he keeps posting on emulation discussion or something.
Okay.
I have no idea. Alright, 132 megabytes.
Yep.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3, 2.
Other game I wrote down is Zigzag Ball. I believe it's all one word. PS1. That one I think is Japanese exclusive.
Well, we'll try a Bishi Bashi Special first. I don't think
Okay.
I'd like it. We'll see.
Well, you liked Work Time Fun, right? It kind of like gave off a similar vibe, if I remember right.
I don't know. I forgot. It's that rhythm game thing.
It's not. I don't know if this is a. Actually, no. I think Bishi Bashi Special does have like some rhythm game segments.
Let's check it out. Here we go. Big. Alright. That will do. Let's see. Bishi Bashi.
I believe this was also an arcade game, and this is an expanded version of that.
It's more like a WarioWare.
Yeah, it's more like WarioWare
Rhythm Heaven.
/ Rhythm Heaven. Like, yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Oh, did it crash?
Just didn't show the BIOS, whatever.
That's strange.
It's the BIOS I'm using. Hyper Super Audio. Okay. Load.
Yeah, I think this was originally an arcade game. I think it was also like there were sequels on like some other consoles. Like I think there might have been a
Bishi
PS2 and a
Bashi
PS3
together.
one.
Bishi Bashi alone. Yes.
Alone. That's single player.
Endurance.
It probably had different resolution switching at the time. Oh, okay, that could be it. Yeah.
No.
480i. Were there any PS1 games that had 480i? Oh wait, yeah, I think there were some that used like a high res mode.
Ready, go!
I know Xbox games could do 480 up to 480p.
Yeah. These flippin' controls. Come on.
There was a Chrono Cross option and load. Wait. The infamous Chrono Cross options and load and save. Is there a game called Load and Save?
Nah. Sucks.
So could Chrono Cross do 480i? That's pretty cool.
Oh, really? Didn't know that.
Attention.
What's it?
I'm not sure. That's what's I think that's what Cerulean is saying. Oh, Chrono Cross's option screens. Option screen and the initial load and new game screens are. Oh, what? So Chrono Cross
What is this?
is 480i, but only the menus. Okay. I mean, I guess that's probably going to be the easiest thing to upscale.
Oh, I see how it works.
I guess that would be sort of the easiest thing to upscale. But yeah, I know there were a couple Xbox games that could do 480p. There might have even been some GameCube games that had progressive scan.
Meh.
Sonic's 2's... Really? Sonic 2's two-player mode is 480i. Wow, that's really ahead of its time then.
Meh.
Attention.
Don't like
Okay.
it.
Ready?
All buttons like crazy.
I mean, definitely, like, you aren't gonna find something like this every day, though, right? Like...
Magical date is better.
Huh?
Magical date is better.
Okay. Magical date?
Yep.
Okay.
Attention.
Here you go.
Honestly, this isn't really something I would like either. I just thought you might have liked it, and I was wrong.
Nah. I don't like minigames.
Hmm.
Do you remember this one?
Is this Magical Date?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Play it.
I don't...
You don't.
I don't think... Did I ever play this?
Yeah.
I played this? Okay. I don't remember this at all.
You don't. All right. The disc is scratched, by the way. The dump for this.
Oh! Well, okay, that's why I remember.
Scratched disc.
I remember that now. I remember that, like... I just remember because, like, the one version of it online is, like, messed up.
I have a better disc.
You need to upload that online then, because clearly the world needs it.
Well, here's the thing. I don't have a CD reader.
Oh, man, really? Okay.
I'll have to buy one or something.
Or you could just ship it to me and I could burn it.
That could be much more expensive, I think.
Yeah, probably, but oh well.
Okay.
Hey, at least I'd have, like, a rare import game, so, you know, that would benefit me and not you.
There we go. It's anyways, my copy is still pirated anyway. It's a player's copy. A good one.
Eh, fair enough. The only copy... Yeah, really, the only copy online is a failed dump. Yeah, apparently,
Yes,
Cerulean.
Yes, it
That's
is.
really good. That's really good. You need to do the world a favor and, like,
Yeah, I could buy one.
upload a better
It's
version.
like $9 to buy like a combo drive external here.
Oh yeah, $9. Yeah, that sounds about right. I have a DVD burner. I think I don't know how much I paid. It might have been like under $20, I think. I could get a Blu-ray drive if I wanted to. I just never bothered. I've thought about that for, like, I have like some Blu-ray discs that I could dump, but honestly, I feel like Blu-ray, I'll just keep that physically. It's gonna take up a lot of room on my hard drive and stuff anyway. For HD movies. You have an external Blu-ray drive, mainly to rip your Blu-ray and 4K discs. Cool. I don't even think I have a 4K Blu-ray player. Or I don't know. Our 4K discs aren't gonna play on like a standard Blu-ray player, right? I don't think so.
I don't even have a Blu-ray player.
I guess I have a couple because I have a PS3, a PS4, and I have like a regular Blu-ray player.
Mr.
Actually, I think my
Ambassador.
brother has. I think the Xbox One might also be able to play Blu-rays. I'm not sure though. My brother has an Xbox One. I've never used it. Nope, but they usually come with regular. Yeah, that's true. And a lot of times they come with DVDs as well. DVDs. I guess there's a lot. Yeah. Kind of like how they used to come with the DVD version. I think they still do.
This is based on an arcade game, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
There's an arcade version of this.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Magical Day. There's also an arcade version of Bishi Bashi Special. I forgot you were playing this now.
Yep.
But yeah, like a lot of times there are still like DVD combo packs, which if that happens, I usually just burn the DVD version to a digital file, and if I want to watch it, if I really care about like video quality, I'll just play the Blu-ray player on my Blu-ray, or the Blu-ray version on my Blu-ray player. I still have VHS tapes, so I mean, like, I don't really... Huh?
You remember this name, right?
Oh, I kind of do now.
Yatta!
Feel a little jealous that like VCD kind of caught on like early on. Like we could have watched our movies in much better quality if we'd just like shelled out the money for VCD in that weird period between VHS and DVD.
I think they say that, VHS is better quality than, VCD, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, I think I read that a long time ago. Might be wrong.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, mini discs. That's true. Mini discs didn't really take off in America either, but they did in other parts of the world.
I use mini discs. Yes.
Mini discs.
Left, right, left, right. Yep.
Like the
Anyway.
you have you could like rewrite them, and they were basically like UMDs, but before UMDs. Yeah, like usually we just used CDs, which honestly, if we had mini CDs, that would have if mini disc had caught on in America, that would be really cool, because like again, mini discs you could rewrite. You couldn't do that with CDRs.
Wait.
Oh yeah. Oh man, Cerulean had a mini disc recorder. That's cool. Yeah, you could just record a song for a friend who wanted you to. Yeah.
I could burn mini discs. Like you could burn them on a regular burner.
Oh no, you're thinking of you're thinking of mini CDs. That's different.
Yeah.
Mini disc was it was a different thing. It was kind of like, again, it was sort of like a PlayStation UMD. It was like a disc, like you. Yeah, it was like a disc, and you were supposed to like keep it in that caddy. Like, you know how like a UMD, you kind of just like kept it inside of a plastic shell and you weren't supposed to remove it?
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, and you could like rewrite. Actually, could the PSP play mini discs? I don't know. I don't think so.
It could play UMDs, does it?
I think it was just UMDs. I didn't know if it was the same. Yeah. Okay. Cerulean confirming. Yeah. So it is different from UMDs. I thought it was. Well, I know it's like a different shape. Like UMDs are rounded, and the mini discs I think are like squared off. So it's just like. So, like, mini discs, I think, was kind of like UMD, but it was kind of in the shape of a floppy disk. Or like a floppy diskette.
Oh, I see. So it could... Are those the ones that could hold like 400 megabytes?
Not gigabyte, like megabytes. Yeah, I think it held... I think it held less than a standard CD, but there was, like, MPEG encoding, so you... So, like, you could compress it down and not really lose a whole lot of data. You can take a comparison shot? Okay. Wait, Arctic 3 comparison. I don't know what that is. What's Arctic 3? Wait, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, it's A-Track. A-Track 3 compression. Right, it's not, No, MPEG was, Philips. They used that for the, digital cassette.
Also for...
But yeah, you're right, it's A-Track.
MPEG 1 is, VCD.
Oh yeah, it did use that too. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Some, VCDs did end up using MPEG compression. But, yeah, like, it started out, actually, on the digital compact cassette, DCC. I think that was the first thing to use MPEG encoding, and then... I'm trying to think if, CDI might have used MPEG compression. I don't think it did. I think, but yeah, I think VCD... I think Philips CDI could play VCDs, but I think you had to get a specific adapter to do it. You needed a digital video card in order to play. But yeah, like, yeah, CDI is weird. Like, there were some that could, like, there were some VCDs, I think, that only worked on CDI, and some that would work on any VCD player. Oh, Nintendo used mini discs as well. I guess it wasn't as obscure. I guess it wasn't as obscure as I thought in America, because some people used it.
What kind of drive do you need to like, read it?
You had to use, like, a special drive. Or actually, usually the mini disc players... They are the mini disc recorders. They usually just interfaced with the CD. They usually just interfaced with the computer directly. Like, I think there was like a FireWire connector that you could connect to, and I think you had to use like a really. I think you had to like use a particular. You had to use a particular software, and I remember that software being really buggy. Because it was like some weird like anti-piracy measure. Like, you had to use this software, and there were a whole bunch of restrictions. It was weird. Did you ever hear about like Sony literally like shipped CDs with a virus on them as a form of copy protection?
What? Never heard of that.
Yeah, it was like a huge controversy, like in the mid 2000s. They shipped it with, I forget what the thing is, but like if you play it in a normal CD player, it works fine, but it wouldn't be like read by like Real Player or iTunes or Media Player or anything like that. It installed its own software, which made the computer like really slow and run like crap. and that was the only way you could play it in a PC. So you couldn't like just burn it to another CD like in iTunes or whatever.
Wasn't it just buggy and intrusive software, and not really a virus?
I mean, it was pretty difficult to like get it off your computer, and yeah, it was super buggy and made your computer super buggy. So yeah, I would argue it's a virus.
Okay.
It was an intentional virus.
I see, I see.
I think my favorite anti-piracy story of just like blowing up in your face was there was this one game, I can't remember what it was, but the anti-piracy was so strong that they couldn't actually uncrack it. So like they couldn't actually figure out how to uncrack their own piracy. So when they re-released the game, they actually just had like an unofficial crack and put that on the disc. And you could literally see like in the README file, you could literally see like the crack trove that these people had. I think it was Rainbow Six might have been.
I see.
Like the PC version of Rainbow Six had like this really archaic copy protection, and then when they oh, you know what it was? Okay, so I think it was Rainbow Six, and it was a copy protection that required a CD be actually physically present in the drive in order for the game to boot. But they uploaded it to some website that like it was like one of those websites where like you could pay like monthly fee and like get access to digital games. Like back in the day, but they couldn't. But obviously, like you needed a physical CD in order to play the game, so they just downloaded a crack which patched that out and released that as the official version.
This is your fate.
Wait, so the patch wasn't from them?
Yeah, it was from like. Yeah, they couldn't patch it themselves, so they just sourced it from some other... Yeah, they couldn't patch out their own copy protection, so they had to, like, They had to download, like, something off of, like, Pirate Bay or whatever and release that as the official patch.
That's a funny story.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to, like... I'll have to, see if I can find the video for that and post it in the Discord later.
Maybe we can watch it here.
What game is this?
Dark Souls.
Oh, no. All games are Dark Souls, though.
Oh. Yeah. So we walked around here.
I know Guru Larry was the one who made the video about it.
Hey, look at this guy. What do we do with him? Check out this guy. What's it doing? I guess I'll put you out of your misery. There you go. Hey, he's a big fella.
I think I found it. I gotta find where the...
Hi, big fella. Read message now. Oh, wait. Let me put you out of your misery, too. Alright. Good boy. La 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 la. Read message? No. Hi. Ta-da! Whoa, was that you? Yeah,
What? Oh.
I heard some sounds. I thought
Oh,
it
maybe,
came
I
from
don't
the
know.
game. Thought it came from the game, but I think that was you. Do we try to fight this guy or run away? Let's fight this guy and die an honorable death. Aye! Yeah. Yeah! Ah, all games are Dark Souls.
Type, yes. I'm trying to find the thing.
I fight you. Come on. Oh.
I don't think I can actually find it.
I die.
I don't know. I'll have to look for it later, but yeah, that's basically the story.
Or I win.
No more humming a song outright, just record it outright, yes.
I killed him.
Patrick Farm remembers.
It's Dark Souls.
Yeah, it's Dark Souls Aurelion. Is this original Dark Souls, or is this...
It's the Prepare
Remastered.
to Die edition.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, so they made Dark Souls even more fucked up and terrible and hard?
I guess.
Cool. Some gamers are, masochists.
I don't know, it's fun. It's about figuring out the boss pattern. That's what makes
Demon
it fun.
Souls apparently has a similar first boss. I forget, do you like Dark Souls or not?
I do.
You ever, check out Demon Souls? I don't... It's
No,
probably,
I haven't even played this one.
mm.
The ones I played are Souls-likes, not the actual Dark Souls. Basically, it's a 3D Metroidvania, like Cerulean says.
Yeah.
You're supposed to not fight that thing. You're supposed to
I tried to play Dark... Yeah, I tried to play Dark Souls, and, guess what? It was too fucking dark.
You're supposed to go here and not fight that thing, by the way.
Hmm.
But I saw somebody else beat it. Like this. Even though I've never beaten it before, I saw somebody else beating it. I just copied the strategy. It works. See,
Yeah.
that'd be how it goes. Ah! Anyways,
You know, couldn't you argue, like, all 3D open world games are 3D Metroidvanias? So, like, Skyrim or Elden Ring?
yeah, I guess, but those are RPGs as well.
I mean,
Yes,
don't
like this one.
Metroidvanias usually have, like, RPG elements, like Symphony of the Night?
Yes, I mean, not all 3D action games have RPG elements.
Hmm.
Here. Hi.
Oh, Demon Souls came out first, and then Sony of America was like, "Psst, this game sucks," and they didn't release it. Really? Cool. Gotta love short-sighted decisions. Oh, Atlas later published it.
Check that.
Atlas USA.
Atlus USA.
Atlas USA. One of these days we're gonna need to see if we can get an Atlas crossover with clap hands. That way we can do both emojis or both routines at once.
I kill you.
I wonder if clap hands did anything beyond the like Hot Shots games.
No idea. Why is my attack so weak? Anyways. Uh-huh. Come on. Missed. Wait. This guy is not taking damage at all. What the fudge is going on? Alright.
You might need to just like run away from the fight if possible.
Or burn him.
Okay. That too. I assume you probably have to grind in order to like. There's probably like a degree of grinding you have to do.
Where are we at? What? Over here. Read message. I don't read messages. I ignore them.
Speaking of really dark games, I did I can't remember if I actually mentioned this on stream, but I did actually play a little bit more of Morrowind.
Yeah?
I got off the boat, I got onto the island, and
did you register?
Yeah, I think so.
You're supposed to register your whatever, your class and stuff.
Yeah, I
One
did.
of the buildings.
I did. Yes, I did. But like, yeah, I got onto the island, I killed some stuff, and I realized this is like the absolute antithesis of anything I would ever like ever. Clap Hands was pretty much everyone's golf and tennis in 2006. Okay, and yeah, everyone's Stress Buster.
Fudge.
That I've never heard of. What the hell is that?
Everybody's
They released-
Stress Buster. Interesting.
Yeah. Easy Come Easy Golf on iOS, Mac. Okay. Last year. So I guess they're still doing stuff. Oh, it might be a Japan only PSP game. Okay. Now I kind of wonder what that is. What is everybody's Stress Buster? That's, I don't know, just like, would that just be like mindless violence?
No, I don't think
Mindless
so.
violence, the game?
I doubt it. Where we go? I just killed myself here. Fall damage.
Dead.
Alive. Here. Still alive. Whatever.
I'm gonna look that up on,
I think there's a... There you go.
I'm looking that up on Vim's lair now because I am very curious.
Speaking of... That's enough of that. Speaking of everybody's tennis... Oh. You ever seen the Initial D games?
I haven't seen them, but I did just download the PS3 game.
Let me show it.
If I have time, I might play it on stream.
How I do this again? Oh yes. I remember. I need Damon tools. Then
It is a. Oh, it's a USA game, I guess, and it is on PSP.
Really? What's the name?
Everybody's Stress Buster.
I could give that a try. But first we do an initial D.
Initial D's nuts.
There we go. Open.
Actually, if you give me a second, I can post the. Since I'm here and like I got the link, I can post it in your Discord.
Sure thing. Hot Shots Shorties.
Got it. Hot Shot Short. Oh God, I don't even want to know. Oh, it was released as Hot Shot Short. What the?
Check it out.
That's. I don't know how I feel about this.
Check out this one. Easy.
Oh, it's a mini game collection.
Oh, tomorrow will be a special stream, by the way. On my channel, I mean. Check out this one, though.
What's happening?
Oh, yeah! Eurobeat!
Yeah. Ecstasy. Wait, it's Eurobeats, but it's Japanese. So it's Japanese style Eurobeats. That's cool.
There's also English Eurobeat here. During the actual races.
Oh my god, wow. Eurobeat from all over the world. Nazuko Jam, yes.
Is Initial D like Tokyo Drift? Tokyo Drift copied Initial D. Ha! There you go.
Tokyo, yeah, isn't Tokyo Drift like... But like Tokyo Drift, isn't that just like...
A Fast and the Furious movie.
Yeah, isn't that like more realistic? Isn't Initial
No,
D
it's
supposed to be
not.
aesthetic? Okay.
Yeah, it is, it is. It's Initial D style. But,
Okay.
it copied Initial D. But, Initial D is more realistic as far as the driving goes.
So is this the... What version of the game is this?
PS3.
Okay. Oh, so you worked out how to play PS3 games. Cool.
Yeah, quite some time ago.
Nice. Yeah, it's not that difficult. You just had to download the update file. And just about everything else should work perfectly.
Street racing stuff isn't your cup of tea, so it doesn't matter to you. Alright,
Yeah, I wouldn't...
check out
I'm
this
guessing this probably isn't going to be my cup of tea either, but if it looks...
one. Check
unique.
it out. Just check it out, it's fun.
This is a Japanese version?
It's only in Japanese, I think.
さあ行くよマコ。分かった私たちは絶対勝たなきゃいけないよね。
Oh, you're fast, are you?
Okay, does it have to be in first person?
Yes. Well, it
Oh,
doesn't have to be. You can change perspective.
You can change it to third person? Okay, I don't usually like first person view.
It's nice in first person. It's like you're actually driving.
決めるよ最近。
Yeah, I get that, but like it's always like kind of harder for me to control games in first person. So I usually prefer to have the camera as zoomed out as possible. Like Virtual Racing has like that bird's eye view where there's like a spectator outside the car. That's super cool. I like that view.
よマコこの感じ。 今のマコは今ま
It was region free, so you could play it on any PS3 or PSP. Wait, PS3 games were region free? I don't think they were they?
Well, I know PS Vita games.
Yeah, PS Vita is region free. I know for a fact PS2 wasn't region free. Not out of the box. I didn't think PS3 was region free either, but I guess Cerulean is saying it is. I don't know about PSP. I don't know if that was region free or not. I want to say no.
I'll get ya.
Only Persona 3 Arena was region locked because Atlas was wow. Honestly, I never understood region locking. Like, why would you want less people to be able to play your game?
So we can make them pay for it.
But like, if a game is only released in one area of the world, like that prevents that. I think what it usually is usually it's just like they just wanted to like separate so they can have individual sales numbers for a game. But PSP was region free. Yeah, I never understood the reason for region locking anything. It's just like if I were a multi-billion dollar corporation, I would want as many people to be able to buy my game as possible.
Me. She blocked my path.
Oh, PSP was region free, and so well, I know Vita was. PSP, I guess, was also region free. Cool. 360 was half and half. Microsoft titles usually were, and some third-party games weren't. Okay. Well, typically I know. If you downloaded a game online, you could usually you usually had to. I think with PS3, if you wanted to play a game that was. If you wanted to play a game from another region, I think you had to have a Japanese credit card. But it would work if you just changed your systems, if you changed your region, your account's region to Japanese, but I think you needed a credit card if you were going to pay for it.
I see.
Yeah, downloaded games, you needed to have a JP account. But I think you also had to have a Japanese credit card in order for it to work. I don't think you could pay for it with your, American card. You could get prepaid... Oh, you could get prepaid cards from places... Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's how I did
I guess that would work.
That's how I did PS Vita.
Yeah, that would be a much easier solution than getting a whole other credit card.
That's how I played with my PS Vita.
I still need to, figure out how to hack my PlayStation TV. I think at some point when I get around to it, when I do, get around to figuring out how to get it working, I do want to get, a SD to Vita adapter and download some Vita games. I could do a actual hardware PS Vita stream.
Awesome.
But I tried hacking the PlayStation TV and it said the file was corrupted no matter how many times I tried doing it. So I could download the Haiku, or not Haiku, whatever software, Tenkaku software, but then there was another thing I had to open to actually have it be permanently hacked, and that didn't work. You gotta do the same hacking with PS TV. Yeah, I'm having some issues with it. I'm not sure if it's an issue with the SD card that I got. But if it is, that's gonna be an issue because I think you need to have your console hacked in order for SD to Vita to work.
My attack sense. Get out quicker here.
一気にゴールまで突っ走るわよ
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep, it has to be hacked. That's what I thought.
このままゴールしてみせるよ
No!
I actually got a fairly sizable. I got a 16 gig card with my PS TV, so that's pretty cool.
Oh well. Meh.
I did get a pretty sizable card with my PS TV, so I hope that works.
She good. Anyways.
I'm also having issues like signing into my PSN on the PlayStation Vita, so that doesn't help things. So I can't even like buy the games legally, even if I wanted to. Wait. Oh, I could have an external hard disk drive connected to it?
Yeah, you can.
That... do I need to be hacked in order for that to work? Because that might solve all of my problems, and save me a crap ton of money in the process.
すごく燃えてきたよ
Yeah.
今夜は今までで
Oh, I do need to be hacked? Okay. Never mind then. Well, still, that would save me money.
Or you can just do PS Vita emulation.
I could try that. I'm not sure if I am really able to successfully get that working.
Should work as well as a PS3.
I'll have to...
どこまでついてこれ
You
るかし
saved
ら
it. Yeah. I'll have to... Maybe I'll try the PS Vita emulation. I downloaded that one SK game on 3DS. I'm not sure if it's encrypted or not. Because I looked for it being... I looked for it being decrypted, and I'm not sure if eShop games are encrypted or not. I think they are by default.
Yeah.
薄い最速を舐めてもら
You
って
can
困
get
る
them
わね
working though.
Of morning, switching to... Yeah, you can. I think you need to, like, download a specific program. Oh, yeah, Reflect... No, it was, SK something Blast, I think.
マコでさえ立ち上がりでベストラインを5センチ外したそれなら
Here comes my chance.
理想的なラインに修正して抜けてきた次はグリップね
So you said with, Oh, it's on ROM Hustler? I didn't know ROM Hustler had PS Vita games.
いい目つきになってきたこういう時のマコは速い
I'm gonna have to,
残りのコーナー数が少なくなってきた
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try a couple of different things. Also, I'm working with limited space on my,
このままゴールしてみせるよ
Yeah, SK Burst, that's what it was.
Ah, come on.
The other thing, too, is I'm working with kind of limited space on my, Steam Deck, so it might just be easier to... Although, you know what? I have an external hard drive hooked up to my Steam Deck. I should just, like... Since I don't use Launchbox anymore, I should just delete, like, all of the games that were on it, and I would have, like, an entire terabyte free.
くよマコ。バッチリ決めるから任せておいて。私たちは二人で
Yeah, that could work. So you said with the PS Vita games, I have to keep the files like compressed.
ドリフトなら薄い峠の走り屋が一番でしょうが。
That's strange. Usually that's not how it works.
調子いいよマコ。
A lot of emulators don't typically play nice with compressed files.
楽しまなきゃ。最高のバトルじゃん。
Just looking at like what the top games are on PSP. Minecraft, Metal Slug 3, that could be fun. Mortal Kombat, Dynasty Warriors, Dragon Ball Z, Plants vs. Zombies, Uncharted. Oh, I do want to try out Uncharted. That's the one game you supposedly can't play out of the box on, or one of the games you can't play out of the box on the PSTV.
It also has Angry Birds Star Wars.
J-Star's Victory. What the hell is that?
It's an anime game.
Okay. I don't know. I'll maybe look into this on my own time. I probably won't play any Vita games this week because I am just chock full of requests. Another PS3 game you can try is Tokyo Jungle. Is that a request for me or a request for Elle? Either way, I guess I'll download it.
Deep lead.
Yep, Tokyo Jungle. That would be a good way to use my jungle redeem.
Yeah. No way you're gonna overtake this. Yes. All right.
Wow, the game is really small. This PS3 game, Tokyo Jungle, is only 480 megabytes. Or no, I'm sorry, no, 803 megabytes. That's really small for a PS3 game.
Okay. Now here is the best part.
Yeah,
Watch-
GG,
Watch
LCX.
the replay. Watch the replay. Check out the replay. Check it out. It's oozing with style.
So much aesthetic.
Look
This
at
is
the-
like if Paranormal Activity was a driving game. It kind of has that feel to it.
Look at the driving. Look at that. Woohoo!
Oh, it was a download-only game in America? That would explain it then. Stupid question. I wonder if there's a Death Note licensed game.
I'm sure there is.
I'm sure. Everything had a licensed game for it. I need to actually go back. I've been saying that for years, but I need to go back and actually watch the rest of that show, as disappointing as I think it's going to be.
Why do you think it's going to be disappointing?
Cause, like, they're just, like, following a thing that may or may not really exist now. Like, Kira is just, like, an abstract concept at this
No,
point.
it's not. What part of the story are you in?
Like, I don't know, episode 19 or 20. I'm, like, halfway through.
There are tons of twists in the story.
Okay.
Kira is not an abstract concept. Kira is actually light. Alright?
Because, like, right now, Kira has no actual holder, because they both gave up the ability to do it.
Ha! That's what you think. You haven't even gotten to the quest yet.
Okay.
There is only one Kira. Check out the driving though. Best part of the game, watching the replay.
There is a Deadpool PS3 game. I think someone was talking about that. I can't remember who.
Come on, you can't tell me
There was
this.
somebody in one of my chats who was super obsessed with Deadpool
You
for some
can't
reason.
tell me this
Probably
doesn't
DMC.
look exciting to you. Come on, look at that.
I mean, yeah, it has a cool aesthetic. It's just like, you know, racing games. If you play one, you've kind of played all of them.
No! Each racing game is different. Different.
Oh, there is like a sort of side game on the PSP. Taru. Yeah, Taru. Toaru, yeah.
That's different. That's a different series altogether. Neo Fandom likes that Toaru series. That's why you
Okay.
mentioned that.
Oh, to the index. I don't know what any of that is, but cool. Cool, you do you, boo. PlayStation mobile format games can be considered... But yeah, true. You know, like a concept I wish somebody would revisit? You ever see like the really old I think it was called the Sony Ericsson Play Phone? It was basically a PSP, but it was a phone.
It's
Yeah,
a
it was a PlayStation phone.
Xperia
Yeah,
Play.
basic- Oh, the Xperia Play, that's what it was, yeah. That's what it was. Like, I wish somebody would do that, but like have it run a new version of Android, because that was such a cool idea. Gaming phones exist, but they're all touchscreen. You can't get one with like a slide out buttons.
Somebody already did that though. Like these newer. Did you know these newer? The RG.
They have LR buttons, but like it's mostly touchscreen.
You know the
right?
RG 351P, the iNodin. These things all use smartphone processors, and
That's true. You just can't like make calls on them and
the Retroid
stuff
Pocket,
like that.
the Retroid Pocket 3 runs on Android.
True. It's just like it would be kind of nice if I could like have one thing as like a daily drive. Like if if an iPhone had physical slide out buttons, like then I would only have to carry one device and I could do serious gaming on a phone. Like, yeah, I know you like to game on a touchscreen, but not everybody does.
Woohoo!
Yeah, it didn't play PSP games, but it did. It had like a similar kind of style controller to a PSP. Actually, it was very similar to the PSP Go in terms of actual form factor. Although I think that thumbsticks were like heat sensitive, so not like entirely physical buttons, but pretty much.
Let's go. GTR.
GTR?
He's using a GTR. My rival. I'll get him. I'll get him. Here we go. Here we go.
Guns, tanned roses.
Ha-ha! Get out of my way. Hey! Get out of the way.
Yeah, I wanted one of those too.
Yes.
Nissan GTR. I see.
Get out of my way. Hey, that's not fair. He blocked my path.
Do a lot of people drive in the Philippines, or
Yeah.
like is it mostly public transportation?
Most people do know how to drive, but we also have lots of people who just use public transport.
Like the bus or the metro or something?
Yeah.
Do you drive?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I'll get another chance. Still,
Nintendo is laughing at you. I just thought I would let you know.
alright.
Gonna tattle on him.
Keep talking, man. Keep talking. I'm catching up. I'll get ya. Yosh, you say?
Are there a lot of people on scooters and such in the Philippines? Asks Nintendo.
No! But are there a lot of people on bikes, bicycles, and lots of motorcycles, not scooters?
Okay.
Like mopeds. That was the case like when I went down to Mexico. A lot of people had like mopeds and motorcycles and stuff.
Yeah, like the fast motorcycles, not scooters. Also, lots of mountain bikes. Hey,
Hello,
all
Alex.
All City Jimmy Flash, welcome.
Okay.
Yee! Let's go.
Yeah, this has like a very kind of like film noir feel to it, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's really the
It's
right.
based on an anime and manga.
Oh, really?
Yep. Here's a funny story. Because of this anime and manga alone, it inflated artificially the value of the Toyota AE86 Trueno car.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Yep.
I mean, I don't have. I mean, like that's happened before. Like, you think anyone would give a shit about the DeLorean if it wasn't in Back to the Future? Because those cars are infamously terrible. Otherwise.
Yeah, the AE86 is just a normal car. Just a family car.
Yeah, that's cool.
But because the main character uses it as
So there's
a,
like no reason to buy it like
yes,
as a status symbol apart from this anime. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
because the main character here uses this underpowered car to defeat other drivers in downhill races. Because of his drifting ability.
It's kind of cool seeing like Japanese people try to imitate Eurobeat. It actually works really well.
What do you mean? That one is English.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, the one song in the beginning wasn't. This reminds me of like Sonic CD music. Or not Sonic CD, Sonic R. Reminds me of like Sonic R music.
I did not see that. Whatever. Let's go.
Can you feel the sunshine?
What do you think of the Sonic Rival song?
I don't know it. I don't think I've ever actually played the Sonic Rivals game.
Race to Win.
Is that yeah? So is that also a racing game?
No, it's more of like a racing platformer.
Oh, so it's basically what Sonic Advance turned into.
Like you have a rival.
I see. Oh wait, yeah. Oh, that's a PSP one.
Yep.
I remember my friend had that. I remember it looked pretty cool, but I don't remember too much beyond that.
Here, let's give it a try. I think I have it.
I think I might have it too if I really wanted to play it.
One thing that's that really sticks out about the game is the song.
I mean,
Race to
I
Win.
don't think a Sega game has ever had bad music. There have been lots of a Sonic game. Like, there have been so many bad Sonic games, but even the bad ones have such amazing music.
Yeah, there's one.
Yeah, there's Rivals 1 and 2. That's it.
Race to Win.
I think my
is,
friend had Rivals 1.
from part 2, I think. Here we go. There you go. Race to win! Race to win!
Yeah, good. Again, I don't think... You know what? No, there's one Sonic game I think actually had bad music, and it was like
Hey, Tails,
Sonic
how's it going?
Spinball.
I think then let's play.
And it was basically because like nobody actually gave a shit about that game in development.
Let's race.
I like Sonic Spinball. You know, you always talk about how Sonic is basically a pinball game. You ever play the actual Sonic Spinball game?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's literal Sonic Pinball. Sonic Spinball is fun, even if it is absolutely insanely hard. Also, there was Sonic Eraser, which was like a Sega Channel game that had really bad music.
Yeah.
Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. You know what? I've never played Sonic Chronicles, but I think I do have that. Somebody requested that, so I might have to play that at some point. Or maybe they didn't request it, but they kind of like alluded to it. Terrible MIDI music? Oh shit, really?
Alright. Alright.
So I guess it is possible to mess up Sonic music.
Alright.
But like Sonic 06 had like one of the best soundtracks ever in a Sonic game. So like, yeah, like I said, like even the bad games typically have really good soundtracks. Sonic Boom, I think, had a pretty good soundtrack as well.
Gotta try harder.
Yeah. Lost.
It's also a mixed bag for some people. Yeah, I wanna download Sonic Superstars because like
Yeah,
the
let's
game
do
looks
this.
fun, but I don't want to pay what Sega's asking for it. Sega games do typically like go take a deep like after a while, like Sega games do tend to really go down in price. Like Sonic Mania, you can get that for like $10 now. You released it for like 60, I think.
Let's go, Knuckles.
Very mixed things about Sonic Superstars.
Time to wrap this up.
I'll definitely check it out. Although, like, Sonic Mania has really kind of soured my thoughts on Sonic games as a whole, because Sonic Mania, I've said this before, Sonic Mania, I absolutely hate that game.
You ready?
Flippin' cheater. Let's go.
Use of the instrumentation on the Genesis sounding songs. Oh, wow, okay. So, like, they did, like, a really bad, like, remix version of, like... Or I don't know. Are they like the same songs as on the Genesis, just remixed, or are they like new songs that have like a sort of Genesis sound font?
You heard it was the opposite for some people when it kind of awakened how to actually play, where it kind of awakened how to actually play some Sonic games. Some people,
Yeah, Sonic Mania to me is just bullshit. Like,
Come on, Knuckles.
like how you'll be going super fast and then there are like really conspicuously placed spikes that you're supposed to hit unless you know with prior knowledge that those spikes are there. Like, it's like it actively penalizes you for going fast in Sonic Mania.
To end this.
Oh, it's how they use the sound font, kind of like people's criticisms of Sonic 4's OST. Never understood why people don't like Sonic 4. It's just a 2D Sonic game. That's literally, like, Sonic 4 is literally what the Sonic 4 is literally what the fan base was asking for, and then when it came out, it was just like, oh, but Sonic doesn't look right. Sonic doesn't look like I remember him. It's all 3D. It's like shut the fuck up and play your damn platformer. This song is kind of catchy, I agree, Nintendo. Like, it's a 2D like, Sonic 4 is just a normal 2D platformer, just like every other, like, 2D platformer Sonic game. Like, people don't like it because it dares to be 3D, kind of. Not that the game is actually 3D, it's just that the models are. And that's why people like Sonic Mania, is because, like, Sega realized the only way they could win with a fan base is if they do exactly what they did 30 years ago and placate to the nostalgia boner. It's the fact they called the game Sonic 4 and ruined and rubbed people the wrong way. It was originally Sonic the Mobile, which was going to be a mobile game, but Sega of America wanted to call it Sonic 4. Yeah, it's a 2D, like, it fits in line with a 2D Sonic game. There's a high expectation when it's called Sonic 4. It's a 2D platformer! You can't mess that up! Like, you can't mess up, like... Well, no, you can, but, like, it controls fine, it plays fine. Yeah, they broke it up into 2 parts, which was pretty stupid, but still. I don't know. Sonic 4 wasn't bad. It plays nothing like a classic Sonic game, with Sonic Mania, but because it was done by fans. I don't know, I'll have to play Sonic 4 again, but I remember it playing pretty much like a Sonic game. Like a classic Sonic game. I think there might have been like some 2.5D segments, kind of like Sonic Generations, which is another game that fans don't like, and I don't understand why, because, like, yeah, the 3D segments suck, but, I mean, there are people who like the 3D Sonic games, so... Yeah, I know Christian Whitehead. And Christian Whitehead also worked on Superstars, which doesn't fill me full of confidence that Superstars isn't also going to be bullshit in the same way Mania was.
Yeah. Let's go.
He made his engine, Retro Engine, the basis for Superstars, but he didn't directly work on the game. Okay, then maybe I might need to... Maybe I should download the Switch game just to try it out. Or, like, download the Switch game on my deck just to try it out.
How's that?
Alright.
Because I like the idea of the game, I just don't want to pay what Sega's charging for it.
This has fighting
Like-
segments, by the way.
Oh, that's cool. Like, if it goes down to, like, maybe
Hey, look.
$20, or, like, if Superstars goes down to, like, $20 or something, I'll pick it up.
Hey look, it's that princess from that one Sonic game that everyone hates.
06? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Sonic 06.
There she is.
Yeah, I'll try out the Switch version of the game. Oh, is it Hime or Elle-C? Alice?
Hime means princess.
Okay.
This one I think is the,
Hey, Sonic!
yeah, here
How
we go.
about a little one-on...
Now it's a
What'd you
fight.
say? I'll
Now it's a fight.
Karumi-style dialogue skipping. Cool.
Bring it! Let's race!
Oh, it's like the... Oh my god, it looks like that one, Sonic game that used the Virtua Fighter engine. I forget what it's called. Sonic 3D Fighters or whatever it's called.
No way!
Or is it Sonic Fighting Mega Mix? I can't remember.
Still the best!
Got him.
Sonic the Fighters Championship. No! The one that, No, the one that, it, like, came out in arcade and it used the Virtual Fighter engine. Is it called the Fighter? Sonic the Fighters? That might be it.
Got him.
Still the best!
Yes, okay. Then that is the game I'm thinking of. I think it might have also came out on Saturn. A lot of people don't like it. I mean, I don't know, it's Sonic the Hedgehog, but with Virtua Fighter engine, so if that's what you want, I guess that's what you get.
Still the best!
Yes.
Sonic! English version was Sonic Champions. Saturn ports never happened, but Bean and Bark showed up in Fighters Mega Man. Oh, okay, got it. So there wasn't a Saturn port. I thought I remembered that might have been one. Where's Karumi? Karumi was here earlier. I think he's off doing his own thing.
What a slowpoke!
What a slowpoke.
Gotta go fast! I mean, yeah, this soundtrack kind of owns.
Are you ready for this?
Shut up, Rouge. You're not fast.
Did they have Sonic RPG? I'm not sure. They've done like Mega Man RPG, Mario RPG. Is there a Sonic RPG? Is that what Sonic Chronicles is?
I think
No, right? Isn't Sonic Chronicles just like a regular platformer?
wasn't Sonic 06 or something? An RPG.
No, Sonic 06 wasn't an RPG. Sonic 06 was just an abomination. It was just a regular, like, 3D platforming game. Sonic Adventure was going to be a Saturn RPG before it became a 3D platformer for Dreamcast. Interesting, I didn't know that. Well, I know there was going to be, what was it, Sonic Extreme, I think, was the Saturn game they were working on, and I wonder if any, like, demos of that game exist. Like, not publicly, but, like, I wonder if theoretically, that could go online. That would be cool to see, like, what that would have been like. I guess there's, like, a 3D segment in Sonic Jam, which is kind of what that would have ended up like. The Sonic World segment in Sonic Jam. Yeah! Pretty much is a prototype of what they were going to do. Yeah!
Fudge. No way I can win that.
I just wondered if there was any like actual like test builds of what the game was gonna be, like an actual game.
I'm gonna win.
There is concept art? Okay. I just think it was funny, like, Sega was like, okay, well, we have to have some sort of 3D Sonic game, so they just released Sonic 3D Blast on the Saturn. It was exactly the same as the Genesis version, but they tried to convince people it was a different game.
It was slightly different.
The Saturn version of 3D Blast, I think it was the same. It might have had, like, some FMVs,
It
but...
had like different backgrounds.
Did it?
Are you ready for this?
Cerulean, confirm this. Is Sonic 3D Blast any different on Saturn?
Yeah, I'm leading.
Are you ready?
I thought it
for
was
this?
basically just a port of the Genesis game. Saturn version had added bells and whistles, featured titles, and weather effects. And Sonic Team did original 3D special stages and a new OST. So there are like there's a couple quality of life things, but mostly it's just the Genesis game. Wait, did she? Oh, he said I'm leading. I thought he said I'm bleeding.
No.
Keep up, kiddo.
I was like, wow, Sonic took a really dark turn all of a sudden.
Are you ready for this?
Actually, wait, no, that already exists. It's called Shadow the Hedgehog.
Shadow is in this game.
You ever see the actual Shadow the Hedgehog game?
Yes,
It's like
Kirby played it for like 10 minutes.
good. Good.
What a slow poke.
I gotta get those damn Chaos Emeralds.
Meh. That's enough of that.
Adventure 2 was pretty dark in places as well. Okay. I haven't played much of Sonic Adventure 2. I don't really care for the 3D Sonic games because they kind of just play like worse Tony Hawk, in a sense.
How about
Oh, there was a
Sonic?
kid who was shot in Adventure 2. I don't remember that. That's
How about
awesome.
Sonic R?
Sonic R, I don't like Sonic R. But, I mean, like, Sonic R was a good concept. It was just executed so poorly because it controlled like shit.
I suppose. I mean, I played it. I didn't dislike it.
Honestly, Saturn games just never should have attempted 3D because it didn't work. Nights into Dreams did what it could, but like the Saturn was just not meant for 3D games.
Virtual Fighter.
I mean, you could do that on the 32X though. Like,
Not as good. Virtual Fighter 2 you can't.
that's true.
Anyways, so,
Sounds like someone who never played Saturn. I've played Saturn, and Saturn, it really excelled with 2D games. 3D games just kind of looked like I don't even know if there were any games that did polygonal 3D on Saturn. Panzer Dragoon, maybe? No, or Panzer. What was the RPG? Was it Panzer Bandit?
no, Panzer Bandit is for the PS1. It's, beat 'em up. You like the background music. It's from a
You like the
company.
background? Yeah.
Well, I gotta go, by the way. So, let's wrap this up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. This has been...
Warping for PS1. I've never heard of that. Sorry.
This has been L Talks with myself, LCX, and LDP. LDP will be
Hi.
streaming later, I think.
Yep, Romporee, tonight at 8 o'clock EST.
Alrighty. So, with that said, bye-bye. I gotta go.
Bye, thanks for having me on.
Alrighty. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yum, 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 me, how yum. Delicious and delicious and That was me, by the way. That wasn't an
Yes.
echo.
I see.
Okay.
TED Talk, something, something, yes.
Bye-bye. Okay, we're off.